never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he rejected Tehran's counter to a U.S. peace plan to end the war, calling it garbage as the Iran ceasefire hangs on life support.
Right now, after reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said they're going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support.
Iran reportedly sought unfrozen assets and compensation. Trump insists Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. U.S. Army soldier Kendrick Lamont Key, who went missing during military exercises in Morocco, has been found dead after a search operation recovered his remains near a coastal area following days of uncertainty during the joint training mission. That's all according to military officials. Republican Derek Issa is moving to expunge Trump's impeachments.
Republican Representative Darrell Issa has introduced a resolution to expunge President Donald Trump's 2019 and 2021 impeachments, calling them politically biased. Supporters, including Representative Jim Jordan, say it corrects the record, while critics argue impeachment history cannot be erased and the effort is largely symbolic. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Postal Service reports a financial loss of $2 billion for the second quarter of fiscal year 2026.
This despite its revenue topping $20 billion and operating expenses declining. Officials say higher postage and shipping prices helped to offset falling mail volumes. Postmaster General David Steiner says the agency remains in a cash crisis and could run out of money by early 2027 without action from Congress. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points. The S&P 500 added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Georgia's gas tax suspension expires next week as President Trump considers suspending the federal gas tax.
Georgia drivers and the rest of the U.S. continue to see soaring prices at the gas pump as the war in Iran stretches on. And once Georgia's gas tax suspension ends on May 19th, the costs will be even higher. However, President Trump said on Monday that he's looking at suspending the federal gas tax.
I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock.
Suspending the tax that adds about 18 cents per gallon of gas requires an act of Congress. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The illegal alien who hit and killed an 11-year-old boy in San Diego County over Thanksgiving last year has pled guilty in the case.
44-year-old Hector Amador Balderas had been deported 4 times before he hit and killed 11-year-old Aiden Antonio Torres de Paz at Escondido. Crash happened on November 26th of last year, with the boy going into the street after a soccer ball the day before Thanksgiving when he was hit and killed. Balderas has pleaded guilty to felony hit and run causing death and is facing up to 3 years in a U.S. prison when he's sentenced next month. I'm Jack Cronin.
Abe Foxman, the longtime head of the Anti-Defamation League and prominent advocate for American Jews, has died at 86, remembered for decades leading the organization, expanding Holocaust remembrance efforts. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, let's cue the microphone, and that's the way we get a brand new day underway. And away we go. Close out a Monday. A lot of drivers getting their week started here as we close out a Monday, roll into Tuesday, 12th day of May. Coming our way. Trust your week's off to a good start. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Indeed, back in the comfy confines of our secret bunker here, Southwest Ohio. Quiet night outside the secret bunker. The stars, the planets shining bright. Yeah, a tad bit on the cool side. That's going to be the case for a few more days. Kind of a mid-May lull in temperatures. It's another frosty night with frost advisories and freeze warnings again. Still looking at freezing temperatures, northern half of Michigan, much of northern Pennsylvania, a good chunk of New York. Freeze warnings for the higher elevations there in eastern West Virginia as well. Frost advisories for the surrounding areas. Meanwhile, the heat is on in the western USA. Flip side of the coin is heat advisories through central portions of California. The second heat wave of the year officially underway. Continuing through our Tuesday here, some locations, temperatures you haven't seen since last summer. So let's take a look here. We'll break it down for you from coast to coast. Daytime highs between 90 and 100 common for many areas, continuing through the day ahead. Yeah, we're looking at even temperatures approaching 110 degrees for some. Phoenix, Palm Springs, California, forecast to hit 110 plus, reaching the 110 mark for Phoenix by mid-May. Not exactly unheard of. But if indeed we see that, it would mark the third earliest 110-degree reading, only the fourth occurrence before May the 20th. Las Vegas, Fresno, California, highs forecast to top out in the triple digits for the first time this year. Last time you folks saw 100 degrees was back last September. If you look to avoid the heat, you got to get over toward the coastal areas where you have the sea breeze, and that'll hold temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Practice warm weather safety. Stay hydrated. Wear light-colored clothing. Take breaks. Find a shady spot whenever possible. The heat's also going to continue to melt away the snowpack that's near record low levels out west. Further north in the Pacific Northwest, temperatures also going to be rising through the day ahead. Tuesday, upper 60s to mid-80s along the I-5 corridor from Portland, Oregon to Seattle. That's 10-15 above normal for this time of year. East of the Cascades, temperatures forecast to reach levels more typical of June, where you're going to see highs in the 70s and 80s, they tell us. Meanwhile, while the Southwest is baking with the triple-digit heat, the chilly, damp weather settles in across the Northeast. The mid-May warmth is on hold right now. Temperatures well below historical average, stretching from the Ohio Valley, the Mid-Atlantic, right on up into New England. Dips in the jet stream, governing the overall pattern. From Detroit to Boston, high temperatures running 5-10 degrees below normal here for mid-May. And we are again talking the risk of frost or light freezes for some of the northern areas. That chill will be most noticeable here overnight, Monday night into Tuesday morning. Parts of the Great Lakes in the interior Northeast dropping into the 30s, posing a threat for some of the blooming trees and other sensitive plants. Adding to the cool conditions, several days will bring ample cloud cover and periods of rain, maybe a few thunderstorms as we head toward midweek here. We'll watch for a storm advancing across the north-central states into the northeast about midweek that's going to kind of slow down and just linger near the New England coast later this week. So from midweek to late week, Clipper-like systems diving south out of central Canada into the Great Lakes in the east could spark some gusty thunderstorms across the northeast and the mid-Atlantic. While that pattern favors rounds of rain and showers, rumbles of thunder will briefly burst. Blustery conditions for a few areas, especially when we look over toward the mid-Atlantic region. Showers and storms developing along an approaching cold front coming up on Wednesday. Some of these downpours could produce winds over 30 miles per hour, slowing travel on some of the interstates, obviously impacting some of the outdoor activities. Here's what we're looking at. Heavy downpours could spark some localized flooding later this week, especially in New England, where those thunderstorms develop. Folks in Maryland, Virginia, some of the surrounding states, as well as portions of New England, could actually use a few rounds of rain, given the level of drought. Portions of New Hampshire and Maine right now experiencing extreme drought. Best opportunity to make a dent, maybe even a small dent in the drought for folks in New England, maybe Wednesday night on into Friday. You'll need additional rounds to have any sort of a lasting impact when it comes to agriculture. There's some hope for temperatures as the weekend kicks off. AccuWeather tells us highs are projected to rise into the 70s or even 80s by Saturday and Sunday for many northeastern cities. As we look ahead here, the warmth does finally begin to build in for the latter portions of May, where we'll see a shift in the overall pattern, a northward lift in the jet stream. That brings a pretty noticeable surge of May warmth as we head into the final weeks. Warmer air advancing out of the south, expected to spread across the east, bringing summer-like conditions ahead of the unofficial start of the season, a.k.a. Memorial Day. Chances for additional waves of showers and storms could precede that pattern, giving early crops maybe a chance to flourish ahead of the heat there. Looking at some of the freeze warnings and frost conditions there through pretty significant portions of Pennsylvania while we were there in Pennsylvania for the Mother's Day convoy there, the Make-A-Wish convoy over the weekend. Some of the local news covering orchards, some of the apple orchards totally devastated, wiped out by the freezing temperatures we saw a few weeks ago after the early bloom out. Some of these folks are saying they will not have a crop whatsoever this fall, and it's going to be next season unless something happens similar to what we saw this year. Meanwhile, in the southeast, drought conditions continue in the Sunshine State. We're not seeing much as far as any rainfall there. We did see a few showers east of the Lake Okeechobee there in southeastern Florida. But just parched, very dry, wildfires igniting across portions of southern Florida, including one that's threatening neighborhoods near Miami as extreme drought continues to grip large areas of the state. What's being dubbed as the Max Road Fire, the largest burning in South Florida as of Monday morning. 4,800 acres have burned, 20% containment, according to the Florida Forest Service. That fire is largely burning in the Everglades, but it's creeping close to residential areas about 20 miles northwest of Miami. Multiple agencies, including the Florida Forest Service, Pembroke Pines, BSO, and Miami-Dade, all working in conjunction to ensure that fire is not a hazard to some of the local communities. Pembroke Pines, no evacuations in place, but residents are being urged to monitor the situation closely there. Be prepared to leave if an order is issued. Fire rescue has set up along the perimeter of the Holly Lake community to monitor the fire in the event it approaches Pembroke Pines there. A second fire breaking out further south near Homestead, Florida. The 172nd Avenue fire burning 210 acres. That was at 30% contained as of Monday morning. Smoke from both of those fires drifting over nearby areas, reducing air quality for communities not directly threatened by the flames. In some of the hardest hit areas from South Carolina through southern Georgia into Florida, we're talking about exceptional drought conditions. The numbers are staggering, they say. Worsening the drought is the driving force behind the elevated fire risk. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, 82% of Florida is experiencing extreme drought, including the Everglades, the area where the Max Road fire actually ignited in recent days. We do see some precip showers, a few rumbles of thunder, nothing severe in the mix. But southeastern Louisiana, you're kind of in the rain from Baton Rouge to New Orleans tonight. Some lighter rains along the Gulf Coast area. Some rain stretching from just north of Gulfport to Mobile, Alabama there. We could see some rain, much-needed rain, moving into the Big Bend area overnight tonight from Apalachicola over toward Tallahassee. Maybe some of that rain, if it holds together, could move into northern Florida. Meanwhile, what are we looking at around the country? Scrapyard first on board tonight. How about that? Waving all five out of the box. Bob in Michigan checking in. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour. 51 degrees. Harrison, Ohio had a beautiful Monday, lower 70s. Calling for the same for Tuesday here. I dozed off last night. I don't know. I might again tonight. Got the kids in town for the party. Left to head back to California and Arizona. My nocturnal schedule has been upside down. Keep it sunny side up, hammer down, be safe, and watch your six. I wondered about that. After all those years of being on the night shift, are you going to be able to make that transition? Sleeping at night, being up during the daylight hours? Shorty checking in, I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. Let's get the week started. 77 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 1 here. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. A cool night, 38 with clear skies at this hour. Hello, Marianne. A morning to the overnight family. Everybody have a blessed day while I wash the dishes. Chores, you got to keep up with it. Morning to the guardian of chaos. 48 degrees, clouds here on the northeast coast. Heading up to the lower 60s today, baby. Thanks for what you do, good sir. We appreciate the ride. All right. Kentucky Ken, what do you say? Good morning, overnight drive crew and Steve Summers. God bless all the hard third shift workers out there, especially those moving the goods across America. Kentucky Ken is listening in with the Queen this morning. There's Jeffrey's Southern Florida on board. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Jersey Chicken Coop open at 8:40 p.m. I went by nap time. Coffee cup's full. It's time to ride. And yes, it's a little bit on the soggy side. Let it rain. Hello, John. Well, good morning, everybody, from the wonderful state of Illinois. A comfortable 56 degrees. I got a pretty good breeze out here. Fairly active. Take 3 deliveries, 1 pickup halfway back to Ohio. Plan and deliver tomorrow in Troy, Ohio. Carrying some garage door springs, heavy-duty stuff made out of Iowa. All right, everybody, have a good night. Make sure you're prepared for the Blitz. It kicks off, I guess, technically, as we speak. Don't get blitzed. But I don't have a good night. Stay safe. And, of course, what he's referencing is the 72-hour road check. I guess technically, officially underway as of the midnight hour here, Eastern Time. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Are you all set? Ready or not? Here it is. Now, we'll get some of our other listening friends checking in as we roll into the new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Well, a shout out to Brett from the Mile High City. Clear skies, 67 degrees. Said last night was my first night back on overnights, and I forgot how little sleep I get during the day. I'm on 2 hours sleep right now because all the noise in the apartment complex. Any of you veteran overnighters out there have any tricks to block out the noise? Be able to sleep during the day? Let me know. Mr. Summers, what do you do for sleep during the day? I've got the fan. I actually have two fans. Two fans in the bedroom. One thing that would really make a difference for me, I've talked about it, too damn lazy to go out. Blackout blinds to make the room dark. Yeah, essentially what I end up doing, I got a pillow under my head, then I put another pillow kind of like on top of my head to try to block out any light. And that also kind of blocks out any extra noise. I don't hear a lot. I mean, even if the grandkids are over, most of the noise, the fans kind of drowned it out. Buckeye Boy said, maybe try a white noise generator. It's kind of like background sounds that drowned out everything else. And he said, earplugs maybe. Things you could try, I guess. Hello, John. Morning, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday. Had a beautiful day. 72 Monday. Let's see. Gas is down. Everybody truck safe. We've got clear skies. 60 degrees in Indianapolis. Gas is down like 419, 439, 424. Okay. Where are oil prices, gas prices? That's up and down it goes. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 84 degrees. Wow, 84 at this hour. Approaching 9:30 on the West Coast. Elk Creek, California. Enjoying the heat wave, are you? Santa Claus out. There's the two-time, is that you? Lauren Weiss. Two-time world champion bull hauler. It's been a few days. 55 degrees under starlit skies. Parsons, Kansas. I've been at the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri, hanging out with the hot blonde wife. Now we have the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train for Stratton, Colorado. It's an epic night for some high-speed cow truck, and a special shout-out to the Knucklebuster from the land of Oz. All right, a couple more here. Michael checking in from Nashville, Tennessee. Gary Montgomery, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew on this Taco Tuesday. Iron Duck checking in from San Simon, Arizona. 80 degrees at this hour. I'll make my first of 3 deliveries later this morning. Stay cool. Keep the rubber side down there. Yeah, just give you an idea. The heat wave that's building out west there. All right, Shorty, talking about road checkout. No scale activity on I-95 in Georgia just yet. Anyway. All right, Buckeye Boy. Well, all right, you got a little lengthy message there, and we're rolling toward news break. So, yeah, we'll get to that coming up here. Lots to cover as we roll into the 12th day of May. Plenty of industry headlines, all hantavirus talk. As the evacuees from the cruise ship, the Americans, are back in the USA, the quarantine facility in Nebraska there. News of service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation yesterday, Senator Mark Kelly claimed U.S. munitions are being rapidly depleted due to the war with Iran. He says it could take years to replenish the stockpiles and raises concerns about long-term readiness for future conflicts.
The numbers are, I think it's fair to say, it's shocking.
Kelly also criticized the administration's defense spending plans, and a legal fight is over his comments to service members, arguing officials are trying to suppress dissent. Former New Mexico Congressman Steve Pearce has been confirmed by the Senate as director of the Bureau of Land Management. Republican Party of New Mexico Chair Amy Barella praised that move, citing Pearce's experience in energy, ranching, and land management, as well as his support for responsible public lands policy.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points, the S&P 500 added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
All right, underway as we close out a Monday. Yeah, from time zone to time zone. We're rolling into a Taco Tuesday. Yeah, Pappy said he's not going to be changing his sleep schedules. He said he changed it over the weekend only because the kids were in town. So going to maintain that nocturnal lifestyle, I guess. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in Ackworth, Georgia, 63 at this hour. Got the delivery off at 0900, only because I got up at 06:45 a.m. That's way too early. Went to get my APU worked on. Had to have the alternator, a sensor replaced. Had them do a preventative maintenance. Cost me over $1,800. All right, can't complain. It's 6 years old. Haven't had all that many issues. Had to get my front tires rotated. Ask them about a drive tire that I purchased from them that failed with less than 60,000 miles on it. And since the guy I had been dealing with for more than 20 plus years retired last month, I had to deal with a new guy. He said I should have brought what was left of the tire back to him from Wyoming. Are you serious? He said, you don't have to get mad about it. I said, I'm not mad. You'll know when I get mad. Okay. All right. What else we got going on there? They're going to give me a partial credit on the steer tire since they didn't actually have one in stock. I mean, it's a truck tire place. No one in stock? All I know is my friend ran a tight shop there. Plenty of inventory. I think he'd be disappointed. Anyway, I'll be cleaning out my store unit later today. Throw out a bunch of old stuff. Take the rest to my son's, where he can store it for much less. All right. Hope everybody had a great time at the convoy over the weekend. Have a great night. Be careful out there. Yes, indeed. We had a wonderful time there. Harrisburg, Lidditz, Pennsylvania. That's where our hotel was, a little town of Lidditz, PA, and did get to experience some of the Amish country experience. A beautiful country out there. Unless you're rolling down the road and you come across the pig farm. You know, the smells of yummy. All right, 844-844-3388. Hello to the Rainmaker, checking in from Thailand this morning on a sunny 89-degree Tuesday. It's 11:28 here, listening on YouTube this morning. Isn't that something? All around the world. The miracles of the World Wide Web. All right, good to have you with us there. Hope all's going well. Let's jump up, see what's going on with Brain Dead right out of the box here, really.
Yeah, buddy. I heard you had a good weekend.
Yeah, we did. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was real somber for Dingbat and Big Sexy. They had that funeral to go to on Saturday. The driver that got killed. I seen pictures of the accident, and let me just say, if she even remotely survived that, she would have been very, very, very lucky. So, but yeah, and the funny part is both of them had Tuesday off and was in a training session pretty much most of Tuesday afternoon. And Tuesday night into Wednesday, her phone was blowing up because people thought it was her, because that's primarily where she runs, is up around Walnut Ridge, Jonesboro, Paragould area. And and it kind of puts everything in perspective of how lucky, I was that the 2 nights before Christmas, and that's what that hearing was about today. That realistically, I got on the Zoom chat, and the guy's like, did you get the letter that said that we rescheduled your hearing for September?"
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, well, just let me know when in September. I'll see you then. And so anyway, yeah. Did you see the cement truck that hit a railroad bridge here in Memphis, buddy, or just outside of Memphis?
I did see CDL Life had that there, and partially brought down the railroad bridge.
And it's clearly marked 10'7". And they have all these signs that says no through trucks. Trucks turn around. And the driver still went through there. And I don't think he was one of these foreigners. I think he just didn't understand the height of the truck and the bridge and all of that. Because if you go look on Channel 5, it's a website, you could see the bridge and see where it's posted. And even on Google Maps too. But you heard from Knucklebuster. I heard a rumor that he was in Knoxville over the weekend, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was over at the bologna eating competition over there. I think he gave Joey Chestnut a run for his money. What do you think?
How much? I saw some of the photos. How much bologna did Joey Chestnut chow down?
You'd have to read the story, but I think it was like 16 pounds or something. I don't know, but that's a lot of bologna. So
yeah.
And speaking of bologna, I got a racked, packed, and stacked racing stuff. So like you said last night, SVG won the race. So show of hands of who thought that somebody else other than SVG would not win this race. I mean, come on now.
But how do you go,
Michael McDowell?
How do you do a pit stop and go? He was like back in, what was it, 27th or something? He came out and it was just, there weren't that many laps left, and he made up 27 spots and ended up with a 7-second lead. That's unheard of.
That's what I'm talking.
How can he be that? How could his car be that much better? Is it the car, or just his driving skills on the road courses?
It's the driving skills. It's what I've said all along, and I know, and I like Eagle. I mean, I love Eagle and what he says too, but this is where I disagree with him, because that is true skill and talent. Because, like I've said, with road courses, you've got to pick where you brake, pick where you accelerate, pick where you're passing, and the round tracks like y'all have, like you like, it's just fuel management, tire management, and just go around and around and around, And if they do make a right turn, it's into the wall. And Kyle Busch starts crying. But anyway, Michael McDowell was second, and followed by Ty Gibbs. And I want to say this: everybody does not like SVG. If I'm going to find somebody that could give SVG a run for their money, that's going to be Ty Gibbs, A.J. Allmendinger, and, of course, Chase Elliott. One of those three guys, and Daniel Swartz, I'm sorry, I forgot about him. One of those four guys could at any point in time beat Shane Van Gisbergen on a road course, and I would not put it past him. So if the chase was to start today, Van Gisbergen would be in, and Chase Briscoe would be out by 6 points. How about that, buddy? So Reddick still has a 129-point lead over Denny Hamlin, followed by Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, and Chris Buescher. Now, there was a couple things that I found interesting about this. Both RCR cars finished in the top 10. Austin Dillon finished 6th. And you know him, he's always, around the 20s. But all four of the Hendrick cars finished lower than 20th. And Hendrick, I know the Chevrolets have been having a real problem with the noses that they've come to develop over the offseason. The next four race, well, not Dover, but Charlotte, I get my schedule up here. I know the Charlotte race, Pocono, and there's another race too. I can't think of off the top of my head. Those are the Hendrick strongholds. So let's hope that they have figured out what they have been missing in that car. Now, did you see that Connor Zilisch won the O'Reilly race for the third straight year? Did you see that?
I did not. I missed that.
You ought to see his celebration when he won the race. That, if you can go on that little, the YouTube deal, and you can see where he come up out of the car, slid down the hood, and one of the crew members puts a pillow right there by the driver's door in case he decides he wants to fall again like last year. Remember? So I found it funny. Anyway, Caden Honeycutt won the truck race. So, but let's move over to the dirt world for just a second. Did you see that Casey Kane won a World of Outlaws race over this past weekend?
How about that?
Yeah, buddy. I know we got some dirt guys in the listening audience, but they had a late model race down in Georgia, and I don't know if you have seen this or not, but one of the drivers intentionally in the pits rammed another car that they were working on. The driver, I believe, was arrested, and he has been suspended for 2 years because of it. And at first, and if you look at the footage, you can kind of sort of go, okay, well, he had something broken, the suspension. He's not going perfectly straight. You kind of could sort of see what was going on. So you kind of thinking of that, but the two guys that did get hit and was working on the car, they were okay after a few bumps and bruises. But the funny thing is, and I love NASCAR and IndyCar, Steve. I love them to death. Fox Sports totally dropped the ball here. Did you happen to see the tent that went airborne during the race?
I did catch a video. Somebody's going to have to find somewhere else to sleep.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. NASCAR made a really bad mistake, and they said that on Friday morning. They said next year they're going to take this race into the chase race in September because a lot of the campers were getting stuck trying to get in and out, and they had a whole, mess on their hands. And you could go online and you could see all the pictures that they had of the campground. So, do you want to hit a break and come right back?
Yeah, we can take care of that. All right, and Hey, I just came across, it's another big-time bird migration night. I got a snap pic from, I think this is one of the Indiana affiliates from the radar throughout much of Indiana, Ohio, on up into southern Michigan. You're getting false returns on the radar because there are millions of migrating birds. It's a snapshot from 11:20 p.m. here just about an hour ago. Doppler radar capturing a massive surge of migrating birds as we speak. It's estimated nearly 9 million birds are nocturnally migrating to the northeast at an altitude of about 1,600 feet. These heavy migrations are actually captured and appear as false returns as precipitation on the Doppler radar. That's pretty wild. There are over 620 million plus birds in a huge migration push across the U.S. right now. How about that? Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yes, indeed. Got us a brand new day coming our way. Hope your week's off to a good start. Throughout the country, it's 844-844-3388. Sneakers said, Steve, you need to check out Captain Steve's report on that accident in Denver over the weekend at the airport, where somehow somebody ended up actually walking across the runway. Now, that was a mess. Yeah, matter of fact, I had a little something to share in regards to that, where this was all unfolding in real time. And all these people, you've got smoke filling the cabin of the plane. Clearly, there's an engine fire. And they pull like the emergency ramps. And all these people are trying to open the overhead bins to gather their overhead, their carry-on baggage. The stewardesses are leave your bags, get off the plane. I mean, all these people taking so much time, which, I mean, if it were truly a fire that made its way into the cabin, People are dumb enough to be wasting time. I've got to grab my bag. Yeah, get it later. Meanwhile, all right, back to Brain Dead there. Thanks for hanging in there.
No problem. You got to pay that power bill. You know, that gasoline gets pretty
Yes,
expensive,
it does.
don't it? Real quickly, one other thing I forgot to mention to you. Kyle Busch had to have medical attention after the race. Let's see there. Oh, yeah, I told you about the whole Fox Sports dropping the ball here. NASCAR and IndyCar both dropped the ball, too. Like I said, the whole tent incident that Fox Sports was focusing on, NASCAR didn't throw a caution when Cody Ware crashed into the Armco barrier, which sits behind the tires in one of the turns. How do you miss that? I mean, I understand the MLB umpires are blind at times, but NASCAR not seeing that? Come on now. But the other one, too, that I found interesting was IndyCar did the same thing. At the, I'm going to butcher this, pardon me, but the Soncino Grand Prix at the Indy Raceway Park was won by Christian Lundgaard. Now, Alex Palou won last year's race, and he finished 5th. But the funny thing is, though, Alexander Rossi stopped on the front stretch out of fuel, and IndyCar forgot to throw a caution flag. How do you miss these things, Steve?
Wow.
Please.
Did he get hit? Did he get hit?
I don't think he got hit. But, it took a while for them to throw that out. How do you miss that? But a couple of things. Ryan Blaney and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. signed multi-year extensions. And I missed this last week. Remember we were talking about Texas and Kyle Busch and that accident? Well, Ryan Preece was hit with a pretty stiff penalty during the race because of he got on the radio and said he was going to take, well, I can't say those words on this radio station, Ty Gibbs out. He just, there was some sort of clashing in between. RFK is appealing that race, appealing that decision. But I got some more stuff I'll say for tomorrow, Steve. But did you hear that today is International Nurses Day, buddy?
Nurses Day. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also National Hospital Day. So if you're a nurse, and especially one that works in a hospital, thank you. I do appreciate it. But did you hear about the bigger national day today, buddy?
Probably not. What is it?
It's National Tampon Day, Steve. So all the women out there, I can make a bunch of jokes, but Steve, you'll probably get thrown off there. Have a good morning, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
That's news we really needed to know, right? How about that? About 5 before the hour. It is that time. Road check. It's underway officially. Technically, they always hold some official ceremony over there close to D.C. Yeah, probably have the FMCSA director, maybe Sean Duffy out there, officially kicking off the 72-hour road check. CVSA inspectors run roughly 15 commercial vehicle inspections every minute over the ahead 72 hours. Emphasis this year, in case you had missed it, is going to be on ELD tampering. Don't be trying to mess with the ELD. Cargo securement as well. Past road check weeks have ranged from a non-event in 2020 to 6 to 8% spikes in spot rates as many drivers choose to park it or avoid hotspots or even take the whole week off. That kind of temporarily pulls capacity off the road. Larger fleets obviously tend to keep running, given their compliance investments. Smaller operators are the ones more likely to park. All they know is brokers and shippers with covered loads moving today through Thursday should price in some road check premium, as they call it. and plan on a higher rejection rate risk on some of the lanes that lean owner-operator. It's a modest input next to the broader market, but it can amplify an already volatile early summer start. So with so many off the road this week for the next few days, tighter capacity, higher rates. All right, more to come here. Send your heat waves. Been a while. Be checking in as we kick off hour number 2. Coming your way just ahead. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. So, news break. And back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war with Iran is far from over. He says highly enriched uranium still must be removed from that country. He spoke during a CBS 60 Minutes interview yesterday.
It's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There's still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There's still proxies that Iran supports. There are ballistic missiles that they still want to produce.
Netanyahu did not rule out further action to eliminate Iran's nuclear material. The man accused of opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington pled not guilty to all charges today.
Cole Allen entered his plea on charges which include attempting to assassinate President Trump. He's also hit with assault on law enforcement, transporting a firearm across state lines to commit a felony, and discharging a weapon during a crime of violence. Allen faces life behind bars if convicted. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A strong El Nino is forming in the Pacific, but it's still too early to forecast the impact for later this year.
Meteorologist Alex Tardy, the founder of Southern California forecaster Weather Echo, says the Pacific Ocean is warming, leading to a strong El Nino.
We don't necessarily know exactly what it's going to do in terms of precipitation precipitation, even though there's very high confidence that we're going to see a strong El Nino.
This strong El Nino could bring more intense storms with higher rain and snow totals, but beyond the strength, the location along the west coast is also unknown.
It could hit all areas and spread out evenly and just be a great winter. Or it could be concentrated in one area and you just get too much precipitation.
The primary impact of the latest El Nino will be later in the fall and winter. I'm Jack Cronin.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points. The S&P 500 added 13 points. And the NASDAQ rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
6 people were found dead inside of a boxcar in Texas as temperatures soared into dangerous heat levels. Authorities are investigating those deaths amid extreme weather conditions that have gripped the region and raised questions about how individuals ended up inside that rail car. South Jersey Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew says he's wanting to introduce a bill in response to President Trump's openness to suspending the federal gas tax.
Van Drew says his bill would suspend the gas tax for 18 months, and after that year and a half, it would gradually phase back in slowly instead of jumping back to its current rate at once. The federal gas taxes right now include 18.3 cents a gallon on gasoline, 24.3 cents a gallon on diesel and kerosene, and 19.3 cents a gallon on jet fuel. Congressman Van Drew says the point is to help lower gas prices, so the GOP congressman also called on Democratic Governor Mikey Sherrill to suspend New Jersey's gas tax, similar to his proposal. I'm Levon Putney.
A Virginia retired Army veteran, Vanilla McCaskill, set a Price is Right record during a Mother's Day episode.
Look at that. $240,150. Vanessa, nice job. Almost a $250,000. Nice job. Retired veterans.
Host Drew Carey confirmed it was the largest single game payout in the show's 54-year history. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
maybe welcome aboard for those just joining us as we work our way into a new day, time zone to time zone. We'll turn the page on the calendar. 12th day of May. All right, hope your week's off to a good start here. What are we looking at? Fuel prices, big topic of discussion. And a heads up, word of a major truck stop location in southern Nevada preparing to close, part of a broader shutdown that's going to affect multiple properties near the California-Nevada border. That's going to include the Flying J in Primm, Nevada, south of Las Vegas. That'll be closing as part of the shutdown of what is known as the Primm Casino Resort Complex. So what all's closing? And many of these were areas where trucks would frequently park. So the Flying J, the truck stop itself, the Primm Valley Resort will be shuttering. Buffalo Bills Resort and Casino, Whiskey Pete's Hotel and Casino, as well as the Primm Center. Termination notices were issued on May the 5th. Workers who were in company housing were told to vacate by July the 6th of this year. The final operational day for the resort complex is going to be on July 4, Independence Day. Give a little background. Whiskey Pete's reportedly closed in December of 24. Buffalo Bills has only been used for special events since last July. But this is going to be a major change for the Primm corridor, a long-time stop for travelers and truckers moving between Nevada and California. So obviously the Flying J closure could affect fuel stop availability, truck parking access, rest stop planning on the I-15 corridor south of Las Vegas. Primm has long served as a convenient stopping point for drivers traveling through the busy Las Vegas, Southern California freight route. The company says they're working with Nevada's Rapid Response Employment Assistance Team. Government support resources are going to be coordinated for all the affected workers there. Bottom line, truckers using the Primm Flying J are going to have to start adjusting route plans as one of the corridor's known truck stop locations is going to be shutting down by early July. Well, let's see what's going on with Senor Heatwave checking in. How's it going?
Oh, good morning, Senor. I tell you what, since Sunday, there ain't a living soul in Albuquerque that knows how to drive worth a hoot in hell. And surrounding areas as well.
Yeah.
In Moriarty on Sunday, they had a tanker roll over and shut down East 40, and there really ain't a way to get around that. It's very limited. There's no service road, and I guess it was just a damn mess. Sunday as well in Albuquerque, I'd seen people were wrecking on the side of the interstate eastbound. They had a block shut down, a whole damn block shut down with yellow tape all up and down the block. Tons of fire and ambulances and police and sheriffs. Getting to the interior of Albuquerque, they had more red, white, and blue flashing lights. Good night. Just a while ago when I called in, there was at least 8 dozen APD vehicles. 2 of them stopped the drunk driver, apparently on one side of me, and the others were chasing somebody.
Wow.
I was like, what in the hell? Is it a full moon tonight?
It's not.
Oh, good night. So I'm hoping for better driving people out here going westbound, heading to Phoenix. So, it's something else. I don't know. And I noticed old Bubba was yelling at somebody who finished 2 or 3 spots higher than he did in that last NASCAR race. And, I think Bubba is just a DEI hire. He gets lucky every now and then, but most times he doesn't do worth a hoot in hell. Now, if he's got talent, then he ought to use it. And if he ain't got it, he needs to shut up and try to get better. And if he can't do either, get the hell out. Tired of seeing him being in the news. Well, he said there was nooses in the garage.
Right.
Yeah, those are handles. Anyways, so what are I haven't really kept up, what are the oil prices right about now in the national average of the fuel?
Brent crude is trading at like 104 per
I got
barrel.
the money to pay for it. I'm sorry?
Brent crude is at 104 per barrel.
Okay. All right. Well, do you really think that the proposed federal fuel tax to be taken down for a limited time, do you really think a quarter or whatever they're charging for gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel, you really think that's going to make a whole lot of damn difference? I mean, what was it? In California, it's like 68 cents?
It's not going to be that significant. I mean, yesterday's report said suspending the federal tax would take the current, I guess, national average of regular gas down to $4.34. Diesel would $5.39 per gallon for the national average.
I mean, it really isn't going to do a whole hell of a lot of good. I mean, it's just feel good. Well, why don't we just do this for the people? Well, That's nice, but in the long run, it ain't really doing anybody any good. In states like California, hell, they charge between 40 and
their state taxes off, and that's why you've got such $7 and $8 a gallon diesel there.
I don't feel sorry for those people over there. They voted to have these idiots running their counties, their cities, their state. The ones I feel sorry for are the ones that didn't vote for the Democrats. But, and they're trapped. They make enough money to survive. I mean, if you make low six figures, and you're just surviving, that's pretty damn sad. And houses out there, I mean, just a 2-room shack with an attached garage, they're asking $500,000 for. And it's like, well, how in the hell do you people even survive out here?
Yeah.
They find a way to do it, I guess. But, I'm sorry. So you got that Karen Bass who said she ain't going to be in the next debate. I guess because that gentleman, whatever his name is, the reality star, had all his I's dotted and T's crossed, and he had everything there in case they were going to challenge him. He had the information. He had facts, which is kind of refreshing because of all the feelings these people have. You can't beat facts with feelings, no matter how hard you try. I was in Denver last Friday getting ready to get in the truck, go to work, and I was watching something on the BBC America channel, or however the hell they want to call it. And the ACLU got on there. And it might as well be called the NAACP, because the only white people I seen on there were those that think they're Furbies or they have no idea what gender they are. And if they have an idea, it's one of 287,000 different genders that they all pulled out of space, from Uranus. I don't understand this. It's not like when the starters there at the races go, all you alphabet community people and so-called men and so-called women, start your engines. They don't do that. What do they say? It's definitive. Ladies and gentlemen. If there's a lady running, they'll say ladies and gentlemen. But that's all the genders there are. There are ladies and there are gentlemen. And depending on how you want to be that Bull Dyke, well, guess what? That's you, but you're still feminine. And, if you want to be the feminine man, well, guess what? You're still a man. So I don't know what's going on there with these people. As far as Iran goes, who is Trump dealing with, I wonder? Do you have any idea?
I don't know that he knows. I mean, everything's going through the so-called Pakistani mediators. And when Pakistan presents, it's supposedly coming from the supreme leader. But nobody's seen or heard from the supreme leader since day number one, when the father, the supreme leader, was killed.
Well, wasn't his son, who was the immediate successor, wasn't he killed? And then this one here was injured, so they made him the gay Ayatollah?
Yes, that's yes.
Yeah.
The third son, second or third son.
I am sure Mossad and the CIA have their sources, and they've got these guys, in the crosshairs. And what more do the Iranian people need besides guns to go out there and start raising Cain with these idiots that are in charge? I'm just at wit's end with this thing. I want it done and over with. I don't want to be, sitting here holding on to the ball. And I know we have not been fighting for that long, but still, it needs to get done and over with. Trump's saying that the 3 ships that were attacked, those were just love taps. Well, you know what? You need to come up there with a big damn Louisville Slugger and let's go ahead and blow these people to their kingdom come, whatever it is. And I hope that it was a misinterpretation when they say, you're going to have 72 virgins. And instead it be 72 Virginians with baseball bats beating the living hell out of these people.
Either that or 72 male virgins. How about that?
Oh, goodness gracious. Wouldn't that be something? Well, have you had new callers call in since the last time I called in?
We've had a handful of new callers. Yep.
Well, good. Well, I figured I had so many people complain about me being on the radio. It was like, you know what? I'll get off here, and so those complainers would have the chance to call in. But, I really haven't heard those complainers call in. But at least I don't call in 3 or 4 times a night, to fill in the spots where people won't call in. Folks, it's like you're just talking to Steve. You're just talking to him. And you got, thousands upon hundreds of thousands of listeners just listening in. It's okay. Get up there, make the call, get the free stuff.
Hey,
and let's hear from you.
I ran into, there were a handful of, there were the Mother's Day convoy. They come by and shake hands, say, I've been listening all the way back to the days when your dad was on the air, but I've never called in. That's just the name of the game.
Well, call in. Don't be apologetic. Just call. What's it going to cost you? It's a free phone call, people.
Yeah.
Tell us what you think. Tell us if you think I'm we can't say the word on the radio, or say, positive things, but say something. Let's hear from you. So with that, Senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good morning.
All right. Be careful driving through Albuquerque or Apple Turkey. People around there can't drive. It's 844-844-3388. Oh, yeah, what significance might eliminating the federal tax on diesel and gas temporarily. They're doing what they can to try to give a little relief at the pump. I did see that we're not going to be, I guess we're going to loan, we're going to be loaning some oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, according to the announcement yesterday as well. Some 53.3 million barrels, they're saying. I'll give you updates on both of those just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Apparently, we've had kind of a standing offer for some of these oil companies to, quote, borrow oil from the Strategic Reserve, and you pay it back with oil. The Trump administration Monday said they're going to loan 53.3 million barrels from the SPR. Part of an agreement to try to calm the global markets. 9 companies, including ExxonMobil, Trafigura, the Marathon Petroleum Company, borrowed only about 58% of the 92.5 million barrels that the Department of Energy last month had offered to loan. The Department of Energy this spring has already loaned about 80 million barrels from the SPR, looking to release a total of about 172 million barrels. That was agreed on back in March. That was the deal with more than 30 countries in the International Energy Agency to release about 400 million barrels. Trying to relieve the oil and fuel prices, but pushed obviously by the shuttering of the Strait of Hormuz. The head of the International Energy Agency said, though, this war has created the biggest ever energy crisis. If supply disruptions continue, The International Energy Agency said they're ready to release additional oil from the strategic reserves. Now, he said on May the 7th, so far, member countries have released about 20% of available reserves. We know come November, these higher fuel prices stand as a risk to Republicans. Gas prices hit an average of $4.52 per gallon as of yesterday. According to AAA, the Department of Energy, they say they're loaning oil from the SPR to companies that will repay in crude with premiums of up to 24%. To help stabilize the markets, and this is at no cost to the taxpayer. Now, right now, they said the SPR holds about 384 million barrels. Of course, there's like 4 locations along the coast of Texas and Louisiana, the caverns there. I'd have to double check, but if memory serves, that's, I think, close to about maybe half of what the reserves would hold if they were at capacity. Now, the federal gas tax, President actually this past day stating an Oval Office event to announce the Labor Department will issue new regulations to expand the Labor Department and the Health and Human Services proposed that a new category for limited edition, I guess, disbursements. So suspending the tax would, they say, where are we at? $4.52 this past day. If you eliminate the federal tax, gas would be at $4.34. Diesel would be at like $5.39 per gallon. CBS News said that suspending the federal gas tax would reduce gas by about 18.4 cents. That's pretty negligible compared to where the prices are right now. It's 24.4 cents per gallon on diesel, money that normally would go to the Highway Trust Fund. News, a service of Industrial Injection here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation yesterday, Senator Mark Kelly claimed U.S. munitions are being rapidly depleted due to the war with Iran. He says it could take years to replenish the stockpiles and raises concerns about long-term readiness for future conflicts.
The numbers are, I think it's fair to say, it's shocking.
Kelly also criticized the administration's defense spending plans, and a legal fight is over his comments to service members, arguing officials are trying to suppress dissent. Former New Mexico Congressman Steve Pearce has been confirmed by the Senate as director of the Bureau of Land Management. Republican Party of New Mexico Chair Amy Barella praised that move, citing Pearce's experience in energy, ranching, and land management, as well as his support for responsible public lands policy.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points, the S&P 500 added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. We've talked to many drivers who roll through the Hoosier State complaining about interstate road conditions and just how horrible, in particular, parts of I-70 can be. I saw a video last week before heading over to Pennsylvania. A guy was sharing the last couple of miles coming out of Indiana, and how the truck was bouncing all over the place and crosses the state line into Ohio. Big sigh of relief, everything smoothed out. Over the weekend, this truck driver says a massive pothole responsible for the crash that left his semi on the side in Indiana Sunday evening. Single vehicle accident about 6:45 Sunday night in Clay County, Indiana, Interstate 70, about the 23-mile marker. According to My Wabash Valley, the truck driver tells police he hit a pothole in the road. So big caused him to lose control, ultimately forcing the closure of all westbound lanes of I-70 between North County Road and Exit 23. Opened about 9:15 there Sunday evening. Driver wasn't injured, but I don't know. messy road conditions, right? Hey, let's see what's going on with Brother Rambler as we get the new week started here.
Well, praise God, and hello, Steve, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide all over the United States, on the highways and the byways, all our asphalt brothers and sisters and our concrete cousins, and listening to us worldwide via the app, the web, Rumble, YouTube, and, of course, Facebook. Man, we're glad to be on the air with you tonight, Steve, on a rainy night out here in South Alabama. And we're trailer trucking along, heading over here to Elba. And that's known for a big old state prison out there. We're going to hit Elba, then, of course, Fort Rucker over there in Enterprise and Dothan and Headland and Ozark. So we're just trailer trucking along tonight. It's going to be like old Eddie Rabbit said, I love a rainy night.
Yeah.
I just saw lightning flash, light up my windshield, man. Real quick, I want to express my condolences for the loss of, we were friends. I called him Gordy, Gordon Garden, J.R. Garden, Country Bumpkin.
Yes.
It's a terrible loss. And I'll post a picture of him and me. You know, when he found out we were taking a vacation, a little family trip up to Detroit, Michigan to watch my beloved Red Wings play, which did not make the playoffs. They made the playoffs in 10 years. Man, he got all excited. You know, this show reaches far and wide, reaches a lot of people. And Country Bumpkin, you know, found me, you know, as I would call in, you know, at least 2 or 3 times a week. He really got something out of, you know, me calling up and telling people about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to where he wanted to know about the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And, you know, Gordy, Mr. Gordy, and I called him Gordy because of Gordie Howe. I said, Gordy and I had a lot of in-depth, deep conversations about our Lord Jesus. And he was out of church for a little while. His daughter, I talked to his daughter, Doreen. She also confirmed that. But, you know, with the grace of God, he got back into church and dedicated his life back to Jesus Christ and was living for the Lord as best as he could.
Mm-hmm.
It was a real pleasure meeting him in person. You know, my family loved him. He loved my family. And he actually bought us dinner. He was just an all-around good man and a good father and good partner to his partner, Michelle. So he's really going to be, you know, that man had over 40 years driving career. Drove most of his time with Walgreens. He was employed with Walgreens for a lot of years. And like we talked about, he went up and down the road listening to, of course, the late great trucking bozo Dale Summers, and then, you know, you, of course, and just a good man. And he loved the Lord. And his birthday was Sunday, May the 10th, on Mother's Day. And I talked to his daughter, Doreen. He actually he had to have a minor procedure done on last Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And God bless him, he coded on the tape. Just coded right there. They had to call code blue. They managed to revive him, but he never regained consciousness, was basically on life support. And that was at the request because that poor woman, along with the Gidget, and a couple of his other kids, he has a son he's very proud of, too. But Doreen had to drive 2,200 miles from Republic, Washington, all the way there. So she was able to get there, and they made the decision that on his birthday to let him go home and run into the arms of Jesus. And that was a decision that was made, and right before we started church at Return Ministries Church, they messaged me and said that he is officially, you know, in the arms of Jesus. So rest in peace, Country Bumpkin. And, you know, we still got a lot of our asphalt brothers and concrete cousins that need prayer. A lot of our people that listen to us, Steve, are going through a lot of health crisis, both mentally and physically, financial crisis. So let's just keep loving people and keep praying for people. But I heard y'all had a great time with the Mother's Day truck call. I got a lot of pictures sent to me. Brother Dale Note sent me lots of pictures.
Yeah.
Gilligan, Gilligan was the one that actually called me and told me about what was going on with Country Bumpkins. I didn't even know until Gilligan called me. But they sent me lots of pictures of you, and I saw Drummer Girl in there.
Yep.
And I wonder how she got the name Drummer Girl. Is she a fan of Rush? You know, remember that drummer for Rush that could beat and bang the drums, you know?
Good question.
Actually, I got told. Go ahead, brother.
I said that's a good question. I don't know how she got her handle.
I don't know. I mean, I heard her last name is Drummond, so I guess it has something to do with being Drummer Girl. But she needs to call up. Don't be shy. Call up and tell us how you got to handle Drummer Girl. I also saw that Victor, blind man, was there.
Yes.
And you got to meet the blind man. Praise God for that. Let's see here. I saw horse feathers, and I guess he still hasn't revealed who he's worked before yet, has he?
I know, but he hasn't disclosed on the air.
Well, yeah, and that's only fair. I know last time I heard he was in training with the other company. And
correct.
I pray everything goes good, and I pray that he's happy. But I heard y'all had a great time, and lots of good pictures of Ashley Mario Kart and Dale and Stephanie, and I heard it was just a great. I heard that it was basically a round table of you and a bunch of old truck drivers sitting there telling lies. Now, what I mean by telling lies is you get a bunch of fishermen, they'll kind of expound or exaggerate the size of the fish. Well, that's a truck driver. Truck drivers known for telling a bunch of lies, but some are true, some are fact. You got to find out. You know, you got to get in the middle there and find out which one's real. But we still haven't had a truck driver call up and confirm, because I've heard this my whole driving career. That's been 28 years. That they used to have drag races at the old Ontario 76 in Ontario, California. They used to have truck drag races in the parking lot. I was hoping maybe Monkey Gouger or someone like that could come and, you know, enlighten us on the truth about that. Now, my father always, Dirty Diapers, God rest his soul, you know, said about that. And I tell you what, can you imagine the conversation that Dirty Diapers and, oh Lord, Gorilla, Yoda, some of the others that have passed on Brooklyn but are up in heaven, the conversation sitting at you know, God's truck stop, telling you can't lie up there in heaven. Guess they have to tell the truth now, you know. Oh boy! Great times, great stories.
What was the old adage that if you know a truck driver is going to tell a lie if he starts the conversation with "You ain't going to believe this."
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You ain't going to believe this. Kind of like the old redneck daredevil. Hold my beer and watch this. You ain't going to believe. Well, it would also be, you ain't going to believe this, shish kebab. That's how it really would start off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, of course, you know, shish kebab means the other thing. Go on your cell phone. It's the poop emoji, you know. So, but one thing we are shish kebabbing about, and that's who we love, and we love the Lord Jesus. And I tell you, we had a great service at Determined Ministries Church this past Mother's Day service. We played a lot of great Mother's Day songs, and we had just had a great service, Steve. And I appreciate everyone joining us and coming. You know, and Steve, we go live every Sunday at 5:00 p.m. And we also have a website that you can check out, too. That website is determinedministrieschurch.org. Go check us out. Fresh scriptures posted daily. I need to get to our webmaster the sermon notes and thoughts behind the pulpit. Tomorrow I will be in Chickasaw. They're having their city council meeting. I've been invited because I was told that the mayor of Chickasaw watches Determined Ministries Church. And they want me to open up with prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. But they also want to recognize Determined Ministries Church as the official online church of the city of Chickasaw, which that's a big honor for me. You know, the Lord has really opened the doors for our church. And Steve, I thank you for you allowing me to come on here and talk about the Lord Jesus Christ. I talk about our church. You know, I tell people that I want to get to listen to us. I see different callers, a lot of different aspects of Steve Summers' show, a lot of trucking news, a lot of politics. I said, when I call up, I just want to have this platform to tell people about my best friend and my brother, Jesus Christ, and what he's done for me and what he can do for you if you just trust him. All you got to do is trust him. And if you're wanting to read something good in the Bible, read the 14th chapter of John. Man, or read Matthew chapter 5, 6, and 7. That's the Sermon on the Mount. Other than that, Steve, man, I tell you what, I'm glad y'all had a great time and a great venue over at the Mother's Day cooking service. We just need to get you out to Walcott, Iowa one day. Maybe I'll tell you the story of how my wife, Diana, won the hash brown eating contest that they have in Walcott, Iowa. Now, that's a little bit of fiction.
Okay.
So she heard me, she would choke me to death, Steve. But yeah, we need to get you out there to Walcott. Maybe one day they'll have a truck show along the Gulf Coast, or maybe they'll start back the Gap show. We have you out there. Other than that, I know I'm rambling on and I'll shut up, but before I can shut up, there's one more website I got to tell our people about. That website, Steve, I love this website because they have lots of cool gear. And that gear I saw a lot of people wearing. You can get that from the website. That website is overnightdriveradio.com. Now, if you saw the pictures of Steve and a lot of the other listeners and the callers of the Mother's Day truck convoy, they were wearing a Steve Summers trucker hat. Some were drinking out of a Steve Summers travel mug. Guess what? They got that from going to that website, overnightdriveradio.com. And you can get what Gilligan wears, Steve Summers wears, Ashton Mario Clark, who is the model of them all. You can get that swag. The same thing they were wearing, you can buy at a reasonable price at overnightdriveradio.com. Go check it out and give Steve a lot of likes and a lot of hearts. Matter of fact, before I get off here, let's do this test. Are you watching Facebook right now? If you're watching Facebook, I want to count 3, 2, 1, and I want you to show lots of love. I mean lots of heart emojis for Steve Summers. So I want to count 3, 2, 1, then you start hitting the hearts. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hit them hearts right now. Show Steve Summers love and show the love of this show. Don't be a stranger. Call in, and we'll talk to you later. God bless. Good night. We love you, and I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a full-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and God bless you. We love you, God's children.
There you go, Brother Rambler. Thank you much. So I guess somewhere down the line we'll get the rest of the, what do you say, the brownie eating competition? See, Brain Dead mentioned the bologna eating competition. This is one of those stories where you could begin with, you ain't going to believe this. But it's true. We've got our one and only Knucklebuster, who obviously kind of touts himself as full of baloney. I guess, day before there was no one more full of baloney than the world champion eater Joey Chestnut at the 2026 Ultimate Baloney Showdown at Dead End Barbecue in Knoxville over the weekend. Joey, of course, the number one ranked competitive eater in the world, regular winner of Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest. He started coming to Knoxville in 2024. That was the inaugural contest where he put away, and this is where you say you ain't going to believe this, 14 pounds of Elm Hill Bologna returned last year and set a new record. He ate 15.75 pounds of bologna. Well, over the weekend, Saturday, I guess he set a new record. Chestnut ate 16 pounds of bologna, defeating Nick Wary and James Webb once again to win the competition. Yeah, Webb and Wary, they ate, 12.75 and 10 pounds of bologna, respectively. I'm thinking, when I'm at think of going to the grocery. You're going to get you a chub, say, of ground beef. You know how big a 3-pound chub, 3, 6, 9, 12. Could you imagine eating 5 3-pound chubs plus an additional 16 pounds? And, of course, the rules in competitive eating, you're not allowed to regurgitate 16 pounds of bologna. All right, so he was full of it. You're full of baloney.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Let me give you an update. Last couple of weeks, I've been sharing the impending deadline, which is just like 2 days away now. I've been predicting that this is going to be really another one of those debacles with the FMCSA. That's the way I'm seeing it. Coming up 8 o'clock Eastern Time Thursday. This Thursday, the FMCSA's legacy registration system will go dark. It's gone. Before then, motor carriers and other registered entities need to log into their portal accounts and verify their information. They're planning to launch the new registration system known as MOTUS, M-O-T-U-S, early next week. So again, I'll share it with you. And the reason I'm saying this is going to be a debacle, because there's going to be, I would say, hundreds, tens of thousands that aren't even aware that this is taking place. They don't know. Any entity with a U.S. DOT number or U.S. DOT number and operating authority need to do this by Thursday. ensure your FMCSA portal account is active. Log into your portal. If you don't have an account, create one now. Use your USDOT PIN to access your information. You can obtain your PIN at fmcsa.dot.gov, the website. Reach out if your account is disabled. Please note that FMCSA portal accounts are disabled after 90 days and then archived after 12 months of inactivity. If that sort of time has passed, you're going to have to reach out to the FMCSA contact center to unlock your account. Then you verify your information in the portal. Ensure your company information, operation classification, contact info, individuals authorized to access your record are all correct. And then, of course, make any necessary updates if applicable. Submit an online biennial update. That's your MSC 150 form in the portal's registration tab to make sure you have the most up-to-date information on file for your business. You know, only the FMCSA portal company official using the same FMCSA portal login, which was going to be a login.gov email address, can claim an account in Modus for the first time. Once the account is successfully linked to Modus, you'll no longer need to access the portal to make any registration changes. If you don't act by May 14, you probably will not like the alternative, which we will explain coming up. Following a news break here, it's going to be a mess, folks. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he rejected Tehran's counter to a U.S. peace plan to end the war, calling it garbage as the Iran ceasefire hangs on life support.
Right now, after reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. I said, I'm going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support.
Iran reportedly sought unfrozen assets and compensation. Trump insists Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. U.S. Army soldier Kendrick Lamont Key, who went missing during military exercises in Morocco, has been found dead after a search operation recovered his remains near a coastal area following days of uncertainty during the joint training mission. That's all according to military officials. Republican Derek Issa is moving to expunge Trump's impeachments.
Republican Representative Darrell Issa has introduced a resolution to expunge President Donald Trump's 2019 and 2021 impeachments, calling them politically biased. Supporters, including Representative Jim Jordan, say it corrects the record, while critics argue impeachment history cannot be erased and the effort is largely symbolic. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Postal Service reports a financial loss of $2 billion for the second quarter of fiscal year 2026.
This despite its revenue topping $20 billion and operating expenses declining. Officials say higher postage and shipping prices helped to offset falling mail volumes. Postmaster General David Steiner says the agency remains in a cash crisis and could run out of money by early 2027 without action from Congress. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points. The S&P 500 added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Georgia's gas tax suspension expires next week as President Trump considers suspending the federal gas tax.
Georgia drivers and the rest of the U.S. continue to see soaring prices at the gas pump as the war in Iran stretches on. And once Georgia's gas tax suspension ends on May 19th, the costs will be even higher. However, President Trump said on Monday that he's looking at suspending the federal gas tax.
I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock.
Suspending the tax that adds about 18 cents per gallon of gas requires an act of Congress. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The illegal alien who hit and killed an 11-year-old boy in San Diego County over Thanksgiving last year has pled guilty in the case.
44-year-old Hector Amador Balderas had been deported 4 times before he hit and killed 11-year-old Aiden Antonio Torres de Paz at Escondido. Crash happened on November 26th of last year, with a boy going into the street after a soccer ball the day before Thanksgiving. He was hit and killed. Balderas has pleaded guilty to felony hit and run causing death and is facing up to 3 years in a U.S. prison when he's sentenced next month. I'm Jack Cronin.
Abe Foxman, the longtime head of the Anti-Defamation League and prominent advocate for American Jews, has died at 86. Remembered for decades leading the organization, expanding Holocaust remembrance efforts. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups apps today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Welcome back. Another hour underway as we close out a Monday from time zone to time zone. Here we go. Tuesday coming our way. We were just talking about the fuel tax. I heard during the news break that eliminating the federal tax, which a little over 18 cents for gas, a little over 24 cents per gallon on diesel, it takes an act of Congress. So I can't help but wonder, would the Democrats, would they go along with eliminating the fuel tax? Briefly, temporarily, as small as it might be, I guess they could go one of two ways. They could say, well, no. That money is used for the Highway Trust Fund. We need those funds to maintain bridges and repair the infrastructure. Or would that backfire because the narrative could be twisted to say, well, see, the Democrats, simply due to their Trump derangements and won't do anything to help, they're willing to keep prices higher, hurting you, just because they hate Donald Trump. I don't know which way it could go. As we said, as small as it would be, the diesel tax, rounded up to 25 cents. I think it's 24.5 per gallon, something like that. But, that would translate to $25, less on every 100 gallons. As small as it may be, but if you're filling up 200 gallons every day or every other day, that'd be like $50. Right now, every penny counts, I guess. I did see from one of our local Fox affiliates in Ohio this past day, they said the next, what they call gas cycle, is about to kick in. We did briefly see prices at $4.79, $4.99 per gallon in many areas throughout the Buckeye State, even higher in some areas like in Indiana, Illinois, parts of Michigan. They're saying the next cycle is about to kick in probably today. They were saying don't be surprised if you see prices approaching $4.99 a gallon again. In particular, this was one of the affiliates out of Columbus, Ohio. They said gas prices in Columbus are increasing, a combination, obviously, of global and regional factors. First and foremost, the ongoing conflict with Iran, pushing crude prices in excess of $100 per barrel. Then you've got refinery issues, as we mentioned last evening, in the BP Whiting Refinery in Indiana, which is a major supplier of gas in this Great Lakes region, that had gone offline due to an electrical failure that reduced fuel production, driving up wholesale prices. Right now, this time of year, the seasonal demand is increasing. As the warmer months approach, more people are traveling. The summer driving season, they call it, increasing fuel demand. And then price cycling, which I just mentioned. Gas stations, they say, periodically drop prices to try and stay competitive, then rapidly raise them once they hit their lowest viable margin, and that means prices jump dramatically, almost overnight. Transportation costs, rising logistics and distribution expenses are also contributing to higher pump prices. These factors all rolled into one. We saw Columbus at $4.15, $4.29 per gallon, in that range. Again, they're saying locally it could jump back close to nearly $5 a gallon as early as today. Yeah, that was the headline. All right, one more. Finishing up the rest of the story, we were talking about this FMCSA portal that's going to be coming online. I guess the old system goes dark, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, coming up Thursday evening. It's gone with the flip of a switch. And those who do not act by then, probably not going to like the alternative. Yeah, quoting from the FMCSA's director for the Office of Registration, he says, "My concern is those who don't get the word or don't update their account, they're going to have to call us. They're going to have to manually verify their identity, verify their business, get documentation, and manually link them to the Modus account. As you can imagine, I think that line is going to be quite long, and I don't want anyone to wait in that line. The more people who can do this ahead of time, the smoother the transition will go." Now, I said the FMCSA has sent out about 2.2 million letters informing carriers and other registered entities about the Thursday deadline, May 14. Those who do not do this ahead of time will not be able to do anything in the new system, including making a biennial update or add operating authority until their company information is verified. Now, why are they switching to the new system? Riddle said that this Modus promises to be more user-friendly and to help prevent fraud. Modus will not only handle the new registration, but the full life cycle of registered entities like a motor carrier. Yeah, whether you need to do a biennial update, a business change, or add authority, whatever you need to do, you'll be able to do it through Modus Online. When the FMCSA set out to create a new registration system, the initial goal was to build a modern, one-stop shop. However, as the agency heard more from industry stakeholders, it became clear that steps were needed to curb the influx of fraud, they said. Our legacy systems are vulnerable because they're outdated. We need a new system on a modern platform to help combat the fraud issue. That's what Modus is here to do. Not only from an IT security perspective, like requiring a login.gov, but the business verification that's also something to help combat the fraud issue. Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but obviously with the FMCSA Office of Registration saying that they're worried, many people have no idea. I don't know if you get a letter from the FMCSA, do you pay attention to it, or is it almost like getting something? You see, say IRS, oh my God, throw it in the trash. I don't even want to see it. It might be a bill, right? What's going on? Philip in Florida this morning.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Doing all right. Hanging with them.
Hey, is that just for carrier authorities, that what you were just talking about there, Steve?
Anyone that has what is a carrier, a U.S. DOT number or a DOT number in operating authority. Any of those.
Okay. All right. So it's always been. Now, you think about just things that you do in the regular day-to-day thing. How many times have you seen these companies go, well, this system's going to be new and approved, and it's going to be this, and it's going to be that? And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yep.
So we got to figure that out now. And it's like, okay, I don't know. It's just like the ELD. We're going to go to ELD, and it's going to make things a lot easier, and we can do this and that. And what has it turned into, Steve? We hear all these, well, this is now functioning, this one's not correct, we can't have this one or that one. I mean, come on, give us a break. That's what a lot of these companies are looking at. It's like, give us a break. I mean, a new truck comes out and they add some kind of mission stuff on it, And next thing you know, that emission stuff is costing them thousands of dollars. In some cases, they're having to shut the truck down and make a payment on it while it's sitting in a shop. You know, same kind of thing.
Yep.
My big thing is what I was going to call in about tonight was I heard that snippet that you had yesterday about the automation, talking about a company called Autobot, I think it's called, or Bot Auto.
Bot Auto, yes. The one that's they've actually done. Nobody in the truck, nobody even able to make anything, and any emergency, I guess, intervening for the first full minute if something goes wrong. The truck makes all the decisions.
Yes. I do think that the state of Texas has given them the okay on that kind of stuff, but I'm pretty sure they had vehicles that were monitoring that truck and where it was going, and they had a fail-safe system to where they could shut it down. But I don't think you're going to see that be the prominent thing, because it seems like to me that you want to regulate what you got going on and make sure that system is flawless before you start getting into actually doing the job, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as collision avoidance, and that's a weird thing that everybody hears, that collision avoidance. Steve, it's in everything. I mean, the trucks nowadays have it. Your cars have it. The autonomous thing, the first thing is to develop the technology that we're using on day to day, like we got now. They're putting it in our brand new cars. And if you notice, it's coming out in new models. Okay? And as the models progress, then so will the technology. And I think that's how it's going to get woven in. I think these autonomous cars are going to be, everybody thinks it's cool that AI is around in certain aspects. Hey, I can make a song up for a family birthday party, or I can do this way. There's a lot of little things that are neat about it that you can do,
Mm-hmm.
But the big picture is it could turn into something as it's woven in. And that's what I mean, as it's woven in. They can't just go to it overnight. Now, this company, if they're doing that, hey, it is what it is. I hope they have a lot of liability insurance, because, that's one thing. If this ever goes full autonomous, can you imagine how much money the insurance companies are going to make on this? They're going to make millions of dollars on it. And it's not from the accidents. It's from the amount of insurance that you're going to carry if you own one of these trucks. You were talking about McLean. Okay, McLean is using it in a line haul situation. That means they're essentially going from a bulk. They're hauling in bulk. They're going down the interstate. They're not going into a rural setting. They're not going into a city setting as far as the roads go. That is the beginning of it. I mean, Steve, did you remember when Tesla bought the semis, brought the semis to Pepsi and to Frito-Lay?
Right.
Remember when they bought them trucks from Tesla? That they brought them trucks, and they are in a line haul situation. They are not put into a day-to-day pickup and delivery system like LTL or like a local bar delivering liquor to somebody. You know what I mean? You're just not going to see that right now because the trucks are still in developmental, just like this autonomous stuff. But I will let you know this, Steve. Think about how big is a freight train, Steve? How many trucks does a freight train hold? A lot, right?
Yes.
So there are autonomous trains across the world. Okay? Think about how big an airplane is. Think about that airplane, that accident that happened in Kentucky, how big that airplane was. Okay? That airplane was partially autonomous, believe it or not. It had somebody watching it, but it was partially autonomous. And that's what people got to think about. Hey, it's there already. It's there already. In a lot of other places, it's there already. Autonomous ships. I mean, The Swedish folks over there, they're developed autonomous ships. They've got them in their fleets. You know, it's all over the place. And it's just a matter of time. I mean, wasn't that into the contract with this longshoreman contract that they had on the ships not too long ago, Steve? Remember when they had their union, their deal over their contracts?
Right, all the automation.
It was about autonomous stuff.
Yep.
You know, and that what that was about guys that were just moving trailers. It was basically like they're hostlers or spotters. It was just about the trailers being moved around on the yard and cranes picking up these trailers autonomously. You know, that was what it was about. I mean, it's going to happen. I don't know much about this company that did this. I'm still researching them. But I do know Aurora, that company you mentioned, is one of the first ones to go from multiple states. They have driven a truck from Atlanta to Dallas autonomously. Now, that's going over state lines, Steve.
Right.
And they've done it. So, you know, and that's all these states. All of our states around the country are putting in for this to get this going. You know, I think the big thing is everybody hears this and they get scared about jobs. But when you sit down and you look at the money end of the deal, how much time do we spend sitting still? We're looking for parking spots. We're looking for this. We're looking for that. We're dealing with different deals with it. I mean, how many times do you turn on the TV and see a lawyer talking about a semi, Steve? You know, they come and dramatize it as a killing machine. It's not a killing machine. It's a machine that's used in to move something just like anything else, any other tool. You know, I don't think we're really focusing on that aspect of the deal. But I will say this much. A computer won't give you attitude. Okay? And that's the big thing with the companies. They're going to look at drivers. You know, even the guys that are going to be monitoring this stuff, they're going to be looking at it a lot more stringent than it is now. You know, so just food for thought. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Steve, what are you doing Friday at 6:30 in the afternoon?
I have no idea.
Well, I'll tell you what. Grab yourself a Skull Buster.
Yeah.
Sit down by the old TV, and if you can get YouTube on your TV, which I know a lot of these newer TVs have that YouTube app in it.
Yes.
And you tune in. Well, you tune in to watch the Starship lift off at Friday at 6:30. Okay, and I want you to watch this one because this is all brand new stuff, Steve. Brand new launch pad, brand new booster, brand new Starship, all brand new stuff. Totally third generation Starship, first flight. It's all brand new.
Is this
and
one?
Let's see if
is this going to be a launch from Florida, or is this still going to be from the Starbase there in Texas?
This is going to be from Texas.
Okay.
This will be their second generation launch pad, their OLM, the number 2 one, the one they've been working on for well over a year, maybe possibly 2 years or more. You know, everything is brand new. The way they do everything is brand new. Now, this is being woven into the one at Cape Canaveral. So what you see there is going to be what you see at Cape Canaveral when they eventually get it there. And by the way, he is getting he's moving along quickly with this. I mean, this is going to be pretty huge because, Steve, if you think about it, that Artemis program is going to be connected to the Starship program now because of that space rover thing. Because Elon wants that account. He wants that deal. Okay? And him and Jeff Bezos, they're kind of in a fight to get it. Jeff Bezos is working on it with his New Glenn rocket, and Elon's having to work on it with the Starship. So these two guys are going to be in a lot of competition. They want to get this stuff done. They ain't got much time. They've only got 2 years to get this done. So they got to get this stuff going. And Elon is moving along very, very quickly. You know that big fancy VAB building that we have here in Florida for the Artemis program that's Apollo and all that's been through? He's building almost a building as tall as that right now over here at the Cape. It's called a Gigabay, and it's the same thing they're building in Texas. Okay? And it's going to be used just like the VAB to keep these starships pumping. So just got to keep an eye out for it. I know you're getting to that time of the hour. I'm going to get going, buddy. You have a good day, and everybody, please be careful and watch technology because it will help you and it will also hurt you. So y'all be careful. Thank you.
All right. It's a double-edged sword, right? Some good, some not so good. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Going back Friday night when the Frontier Airlines struck a pedestrian on Denver's runway, suffered an engine fire. Ordered a full emergency evacuation via the slides. Within 48 hours, 2 pieces of footage defined the conversation about what happened next. The first was surveillance video showing the aircraft striking the individual. The second was the cabin video showing passengers who were grabbing their carry-on bags with flight attendants pleading with them, leave it, leave it. The exchange transcribed and spread across every aviation platform on the internet went like this. Okay, leave the bags, leave the bags, leave the bags. And you hear, I'm taking mine out of here. I'm taking mine. Please leave all the belongings. Please leave your belongings. They're safe. Your lives are more important. Both are important. I can't afford people arguing. The case for leaving bags, it's not complicated. The FAA certification requires any commercial aircraft to be fully evacuable within 90 seconds, even with half the exits blocked. That's standard was set at a time when carry-on bags were smaller. Nearly no one used the overhead bins, and nobody had a smartphone to be filming everything with. In every certification test, the aircraft is empty of bags. The exits are pre-assigned. Participants are motivated to move fast. In an actual emergency, a burning runway, an engine fire, a child separated from a parent, a passenger asking, can we jump? The 90-second clock runs against the actual behavior of actual people, which includes grabbing bags, filming on their phones, stopping in the aisle to look around. A carry-on retrieved from an overhead bin takes 5 to 10 seconds. You multiply that across 200 passengers. Look at the cumulative delay of an evacuation in a fire that accelerates. Those seconds can mean the difference between life and death. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation yesterday, Senator Mark Kelly claimed U.S. munitions are being rapidly depleted due to the war with Iran. He says it could take years to replenish the stockpiles and raises concerns about long-term readiness for future conflicts.
The numbers are, I think it's fair to say, it's shocking.
Kelly also criticized the administration's defense spending plans, and a legal fight is over his comments to service members, arguing officials are trying to suppress dissent. Former New Mexico Congressman Steve Pearce has been confirmed by the Senate as director of the Bureau of Land Management. Republican Party of New Mexico Chair Amy Barella praised that move, citing Pearce's experience in energy, ranching, and land management, as well as his support for responsible public lands policy.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points, the S&P 500 added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, real quick before we move ahead into the Iran negotiations, so-called negotiations, finishing up with the people grabbing their bags. Will there be any penalties? There was a passenger who did not take his bag. Posted on X, he said, "I was there. I didn't take anything, but Frontier has yet to find my bags that were in the cabin. I had important stuff in there. So even if I had to do it again, I wouldn't take my bags, but I'd appreciate not being punished for doing the right thing. The passengers who took their bags have their belongings. The passenger who followed instructions does not." You know, it's not fair. And that's the dynamic, they say, that makes the leave your bags instruction so hard to enforce. Aviation writer Gary Law made the point directly. The question is not just how do we stop people from taking their bags, it's how do we design evacuations around how the passengers actually behave. The answer to that question involves a 90-second certification standard, the safety briefing that most passengers ignore, and a flight attendant standing at the door saying, please, leave your bags. Now, they say there's no penalty, apparently, for taking your bag off a burning aircraft. There's no enforcement mechanism. Frontier has not announced any sort of action against passengers who took their carry-ons. The FAA has issued no statement about the bag behavior in this specific evacuation, but the cabin video is on the internet. The debate about what should happen to passengers who were prioritizing their belongings over their neighbors' lives is running on every aviation forum simultaneously. Yeah, the person who walked across the active runway at 11:19 and changed the rest of everyone's night is still unidentified. The bags that some passengers walked off with are still theirs. Meanwhile, the bag the passenger who did the right thing left behind is still missing, they say. Very interesting. All right, Eagle, got you coming up here. I know this is it's been one of his pet complaints in recent days. Well, a matter of fact, Monday morning. Tired of this stretching things out. Keep giving them time. Keep giving them time. The U.S. should end negotiations with Iran and instead impose strict terms following what he described as Tehran's refusal to abandon their nuclear ambitions. This is the former National Security Council chief of staff, Fred Fleitz, this past day. Fred criticized Iran's latest response in their ongoing discussions about the nuclear program, saying Iranian leaders are not willing to dismantle nuclear facilities or stop uranium enrichment. It's such a problem with what we heard from the Iranians. They're not going to disable or disassemble any of their nuclear sites. Yeah, they're quibbling with us on uranium enrichment. They don't want to give up enrichment. They don't want to give up their nuclear weapons program. He said Iran's position leaves little room for any productive diplomacy. The demands being made by Tehran are totally unacceptable to the president. It's a non-starter. Now, he criticized what he described as additional Iranian demands during those negotiations. They actually ask us for ridiculous things like reparations. They want us to recognize their sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. The proposals demonstrate that this shows Iran is not engaging seriously in any of the diplomatic talks. This was not a serious answer. Now, he said, I've repeatedly argued that the Trump administration should abandon these negotiations altogether and instead dictate terms to Iran from a position of strength. It's time to stop negotiating with the Iranians. The president should dictate the terms. We stop the war if you stop the war. If you don't stop the war, we're going to blow you to kingdom come. He went on to say Iran should not be allowed to impose any additional conditions on America. No other concessions, no other conditions from the Iranians. The Iranians lost this war conclusively, he says. Former National Security Council chief. All right, Eagle, are you with us?
Yeah. Okay. I got several things to rant about tonight. don't know which one to start with, but I'm always ready to raise hell. And I definitely. But since you just talked about Iran, I think that's what I'm going to talk about first, because I've expressed my feelings to you about this over the last couple of weeks, and I'm really getting tired of saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And hopefully this word will get to people in Washington, people like Trump and anybody that represents him. Because, see, Steve, I've told you this a lot of times. These people are not negotiating. They only wanted to buy time with the few times they said that they even wanted to go to the table. They have no intentions whatsoever of giving up their nuclear program, Steve, because, see, their ultimate goal is the destruction of Israel in the United States of America, and you can't do that. You can't destroy Israel, and you can't destroy the United States if you don't have a nuclear bomb. It's just that simple. So if that's the case, and see, a lot of people, Steve, they think that I'm being a jerk and not showing sympathy. But I'm gonna ask your listeners a simple question out there for these so-called nice guys out there. Let me ask you something, Steve. You know, people say, why would you want to blow up a nation? Why would you want to destroy the country of Iran? Well, I'm gonna ask those people a question, Steve. It's just like Trump said. Do you think that if Iran had a nuclear weapon, do you think they would hesitate on shooting them weapon to the United States and killing American lives? Since they're so concerned with Iranians getting killed, do you think that they would do the opposite and shoot a missile to the USA and kill millions of Americans?
I full well believe the only reason they're trying to build it is because they wouldn't want it if they didn't plan to use it. I don't believe.
Okay, so that's what I say. I treat people the way they treat me, Steve. See, if you treat me good, I treat you good. You treat me bad, I treat you bad. It's just that simple. I treat people the way they deserve to be treated. And at this point, they don't deserve any sympathy. They don't deserve any leniency whatsoever. I told you this 2 weeks ago. And Donald Trump, he needs to put a final offer on the table. And I do mean final. You'll do it one way or the other. Those are your two options. You'll sign on the dotted line. You'll sign on the dotted line that you're giving up your nuclear program or any the nuclear material, or we'll handle business the way it should have been handled a long time ago. And I guarantee you, when it's all said and done, Steve, they'll wish they would have signed their name on the dotted line. That's the way my mom treated me when I was a kid, and that's the reason why I am today. And it made me a better person. So, like I said before, they'll either with the ultimate. If I gave them the ultimatum, they will either sign the dotted line. I promise you, they'll wish they would have signed the dotted line when it's all said and done, because Iran would be an empty desert if I had anything to do with it. Now let me move on to the next subject, because I'm sick of talking about that. Now, as far as the gas prices go, Steve, in America, like I told you last night, these prices are outrageous. This little bogus, that means absolutely nothing. The federal tax, that's a slap in the face to any person that calls themselves in America, as far as I'm concerned. These prices need to come down, and they need to come down, way down, because nobody, never in my lifetime, like I told you last night, did I ever think I'd see a billboard saying $7. And at this point right now, Steve, I wouldn't. It's getting to the point where I think it could get up to 10, and that's unbelievable in the United States of America, the so-called freest country in the world, that we're paying this type of money for truck drivers. That we are the lifeblood of America. Diesel fuel is a byproduct of gasoline. If anything, unleaded gas should cost more than diesel. So it shows you that right there that they're screwing the truck drivers and screwing the trucking companies. And like I said, but truck drivers ain't gonna never stick together. So it's not even worth talking about doing something about it, because truck drivers, they don't even like each other. So it's not even possible for us to come together as a group of individuals and make our statement that we're not happy about the prices. So that's a wasted conversation at this point about truck drivers sticking together as a group of individuals, because it hasn't happened happened before and it won't happen in the future. Now, like I said before, Steve, Donald Trump needs to end this war as quickly. He's supposed to meet with the Chinese president, and I'm going to tell you what he needs to tell this guy when he sits down at the table with him. Because, see, China, they get most of their oil. They depend on that Strait. They depend on that oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. And see, here's what I tell him straight to his face is, listen, you depend on this oil, my man, and if you want the oil, then you need to step into Iran. You need to go to the Strait. You need to do the blockade. You spend your money, send your people, your troops over there to Iran to do the job that the United States is doing. And by the way, you need to chip in to see if you can help us get Iran to get this uranium and anything else that Iran has to build a nuclear weapon, because it benefits them just like it benefits the United States. And I'm sick of people coasting off of the United States of America, Steve. So when Trump meets with the Chinese president next week, I don't care if the guy gets offended or not, because he gets the oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he need to back up or put up a shut up and get his people over there to get that strait open. Because, see, I'm tired of playing games at this point, Steve. This has been going on for over 2 or 3 months now. The games are over with. Donald Trump needs to put his foot down, put the pedal to the metal when he meets with that man this week. Now, let me move on to another subject and that's where it concerns this truck driving deal. Unfortunately, like I told you last night, I'm not going to make it back home to Texas before it starts. It's already started tonight. And like I told you before, this is not about no other, and I'm speaking for truck drivers, Steve. No other vehicles on the road are subject to the type of harassment that we receive. Yes, we have some bad people out here on the road. Yes, we have illegal drivers. Yes, we have people that don't speak English. But why are they not enforcing cars? You know how many cars I see going down the road that are not safely operated, Steve? You know how many cars I see going down the road with no headlights or the tail light busted out, windshield cracked, all kind of damage to the vehicle. He drive right by a police officer, nothing is done to that guy. But yet a tractor trailer rolled by and he's got any kind of problems with his truck, he's immediately pulled over. So it's not about fairness at this point, Steve. The people out there trying to earn a living and make money, and these people got the nerve to have a 72-hour blitz every year. They do the same nonsense. And like I told you before, it's not about safety, Steve, because if it was about safety, they would pull you over, write up the problem that's wrong with your vehicle, and they would get the vehicle fixed, get a tire on there, get the brakes fixed, get the headlight fixed. But why is there a ticket involved? Why is there money coming out of a truck driver's pocket involved in getting the headlight fixed, getting the tire put on the truck, getting the brakes aligned? See, first of all, this is not my truck. I'm a company driver, and I should be held responsible for something that's wrong with this truck, Steve. Yes, I operate this truck, but I don't. Even if they do give me the ticket, I'm still not going to be the one that have to put a tire. The money is not coming out of my pocket to pay for this tire if they find something wrong with my truck. That's why I take such offense to it, Steve. It's because they're taking hard money out of hard-working truck drivers' pocket, just the revenue base to begin with. And then one last thing before I hang up, because like I told you, I was raising hell tonight. When it comes to Interstate 70, I told you, I was just in the state of Indiana 2 nights ago, and Interstate 70 it's been like that. It's a total embarrassment. You said something about a truck driver had an accident because he had a dip in the pot, and you're exactly right. That road is unsafe. 70 from Indianapolis to the state line of Illinois, and then back over to Ohio. 70 is a complete embarrassment, and like I told you before, I know they collect state and road tax in Indiana, and somebody is not doing what they're supposed to do, because that road has been like that year after year after year. And like I said, I hate driving across the Interstate 70, because all you do is tear up your equipment, your truck, you knock your truck out of alignment, tires, and everything else running across Interstate 70. And if Indiana can't do better than that, Steve, something is clearly wrong, because it's stealing money from the taxpayers of Indiana. There's no way in hell those roads should be like that. You can come down to the state of Texas, Steve, where I live at, and it's like driving on glass. The roads are so smooth when you run across Texas on Interstate 35, 20, 10, it don't matter. It's like riding on glass when you ride across in the state of Texas, and it should be the same damn way in Indiana. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. Gotta love I-70. Indiana. Get it together.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, with that, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. I guess we'd have to ask the two-time world champion bull hauler. Is this going to be a good idea? Not so good idea? Beef prices are still way up there, right? And apparently, I guess word this past day, the Trump administration is going to suspend tariffs on all beef imports and plans to direct the Small Business Administration to increase loans and access to capital for U.S. ranchers to ease sky-high prices, according to the Wall Street Journal. Average price for ground beef in U.S. cities around the country is about $6.70 per pound in March, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Yeah, up nearly $1 more than last year. Department of Agriculture estimates prices will climb 10% this year. Although the price inflation could vary between 2.8 to 18.3. Ground beef prices are up 40% from 5 years ago. So this measure would suspend the annual tariff rate quota, which applies to a higher tariff when a certain level of beef imports is reached. That's on all beef exporting nations. Now, this days after the administration reached a proposed settlement in an antitrust case against a data sharing company for the meatpacking industry that the government accused of helping drive up grocery prices. That case targeted AgriStats, an Indiana-based company that collects non-public information from meat processors and shares the data in detailed reports with the industry. The federal government alleged their practices let chicken, pork, and turkey processors inflate the prices that they charge restaurants, grocery stores, and other buyers who are not allowed access to the AgriStats data. Meanwhile, Justice Department is separately investigating potential antitrust violations in the beef processing industry. That followed a request from President Trump to open an investigation into whether foreign-owned meat packers were driving up the price of beef here. There are many reasons for rising prices. Drought, shrinking herd size. A 3-year drought that began in 2020 left less grass for grazing across the country. Feed costs skyrocketing. Dry weather has persisted. About 63% of the U.S. cattle herd is in drought areas right now. The U.S. cattle herd that's been shrinking for decades is at its smallest size since 1951. Thanks to changes in cattle genetics and feeding techniques, ranchers get more meat from each animal than they used to. The reluctance to increase herd sizes stems from factors like the high cost of feed and labor and the dry weather. Another driver of high prices is the closure of the U.S.-Mexico border to livestock imports as we try to slow the spread of a flesh-eating parasite, the New World screwworm. That started back in late 2024. That stopped about 1 million cattle from being hauled from Mexico into the United States. So the tariff reductions, previous discussions, I thought U.S. ranchers were saying that that's actually going to be more detrimental to them than beneficial. All right, rolling toward news break, about a minute away. 844-844-3388. I heard on the news break a bit earlier. The largest ever winner, dollars and cents wise, on The Price is Right. Going all the way back to the inception of the program, 1972. That episode, I guess, on Mother's Day. A U.S. Army veteran getting the surprise of her life, making history on The Price is Right. Nearly $250,000 cash when all was said and done. Or I guess that's total prize. More than $225,000 in cash, though. Now, more on that coming up. First, news, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war with Iran is far from over. He says highly enriched uranium still must be removed from that country. He spoke during a CBS 60 Minutes interview yesterday.
It's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There's still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There's still proxies that Iran supports. There are ballistic missiles that they still want to produce.
Netanyahu did not rule out further action to eliminate Iran's nuclear material. The man accused of opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington pled not guilty to all charges today.
Cole Allen entered his plea on charges which include attempting to assassinate President Trump. He's also hit with assault on law enforcement, transporting a firearm across state lines to commit a felony, and discharging a weapon during a crime of violence. Allen faces life behind bars if convicted. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A strong El Nino is forming in the Pacific, but it's still too early to forecast the impact for later this year.
Meteorologist Alex Tardy, the founder of Southern California forecaster WeatherReco, says the Pacific Ocean is warming, leading to a strong El Nino.
We don't necessarily know exactly what it's going to do in terms of precipitation, even though there's very high confidence that we're going to see a strong El Nino.
This strong El Nino could bring more intense storms with higher rain and snow totals, but beyond the strength, the location along the west coast is also unknown.
It could hit all areas and spread out evenly and just be a great winter. Or it could be concentrated in one area and you just get too much precipitation.
The primary impact of the latest El Nino will be later in the fall and winter. I'm Jack Cronin.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points. The S&P 500 added 13 points. And the NASDAQ rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
6 people were found dead inside of a boxcar in Texas as temperatures soared into dangerous heat levels. Authorities are investigating those deaths amid extreme weather conditions that have gripped the region and raised questions about how individuals ended up inside that rail car. South Jersey Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew says he's wanting to introduce a bill in response to President Trump's openness to suspending the federal gas tax.
Van Drew says his bill would suspend the gas tax for 18 months, and after that year and a half, it would gradually phase back in slowly instead of jumping back to its current rate at once. The federal gas taxes right now include 18.3 cents a gallon on gasoline, 24.3 cents a gallon on diesel and kerosene, and 19.3 cents a gallon on jet fuel. Congressman Van Drew says the point is to help lower gas prices, so the GOP congressman also called on Democratic Governor Mikey Sherrill to suspend New Jersey's gas tax, similar to his proposal. I'm Levon Putney.
A Virginia retired Army veteran, Vanilla McCaskill, set a Price is Right record during a Mother's Day episode.
Look at that. $240,150. Vanessa, nice job. Almost a $250,000. Nice job. Retired vet.
Host Drew Carey confirmed it was the largest single-game payout in the show's 54-year history. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck down.
Yes, indeed, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Got us a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. Here it comes. 12th day of May. Good to have you on board as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, a lot of different topics of discussion. Let's get over to some of our listening friends checking in. We were talking earlier about releasing oil from the strategic reserve. We're releasing millions. Other countries in the International Energy Agency releasing millions of barrels. Doesn't really seem to be having the desired impact, does it? As far as we're concerned, Daniel said the thing is we can release all the oil we want from the reserve. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference when you have people manipulating the commodity market by trading paper. They never put in any cash. They never take possession of the stuff they're bidding on. That's where the real problem and so-called shortage of oil is, because you got a commodity. Traders, investment bankers trading in the commodity market. Let's make it put all the money out, because they're not even putting fractions of pennies down when they're trading paper. If they had to take possession of the commodity, that's when the game's up, because there's more paper than commodity on the market, and Congress ain't doing a thing about it because they're in on it. That's why Bill Clinton did away with the Glass-Steagall Act. So his wife, crooked Hillary, could make a lot of money on the commodity market. All right, Billy, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew, 53 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Doing that Garysburg turnaround back to Southport. Happy Taco Tuesday, all the listeners. Peter, good morning. Madison, Wisconsin, checking in this morning. I'll be delivering in the morning, then off through Memorial Day. Hey, that's a pretty good stint there, a couple weeks. All right, enjoy the time off. On down the line we go. Big Ed, is that you responding to Brother Rambler there? I'm not going to call in. I don't want to get beat up for thinking I'm going to vote Democrat, for thinking I will vote. Have you gone off the deep end? Have you been smoking the wacky tobacco, Ed? What? You're not with me. All right. Let's see, Daniel. Just imagine up there in heaven, Yoda, burnt beans, Bubba Bo, got the barbecue grill cranked up, and all of a sudden Jesus asks, what are you guys doing? Because the fire truck's showing up. Yes, indeed. Some of the memories there. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy in Mayberry a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina, 49 degrees this morning. Keep it shiny side up. All right, scrolling down. There's Drummer Girl. Let's see. So she did play drum. I started playing the drums in 1974. Dad, a.k.a. Stanley Steamer, gave me the handle. And yes, I had my Steve Summers overnight drive shirt on there at the convoy as well. Engineer, enjoyed the day there. Meeting folks. It's good to see you guys there. The Mother's Day convoy. Norman, who's been on vacation, spending some time there in the Sunshine State, right? Flying back to Colorado today. I'm going to visit my other son for a few days. Then it's back to Kansas, but it's been a great trip. All right, glad you enjoyed your time there. Anybody else on board? 844-844-3388. Gary said the Price is Right is on TV right now. Wow, that's crazy. Vanessa McCaskill, the largest single pricing game win ever, competing on the show, the Mother's Day episode, and now she's enjoying those winnings, according to USA Today. She won while playing a game called The Lion's Share. I haven't seen an episode of The Price is Right in a long time. I've never heard of that game. But her take-home amount was $227,500 in cash, along with a mother-daughter trip to Morocco. Combined value, $240,150. Video of the epic win shows McCaskill on the stage with host Drew Carey, the crowd going wild as she just kept winning. Just before the final move, however this game works, the veteran, who's a huge fan of the show, chose the numbers of her daughter's birthday, to which the announcer said, well, her birthday is a lucky one because it's $100,000. In her final move, McCaskill chose number 8, and that won her the trip to Morocco. During an interview with The Today Show before the episode aired, McCaskill said, I was so excited to even be in the position just to play the game, let alone win. Life-changing. The episode was actually apparently taped in December, and she was forced to keep it all a secret till now. It was torture, she said. I was practicing my poker face so I didn't crack. When people ask me what happened, they say, did you win? And I'd say, no. It was really, really tough to hold all that in. Adding she was going to make some wise investments with the money and also buy her mom something nice. Of course, premiering 1972, The Price is Right, television's longest-running game show, according to the National Association of Broadcasters. Drew Carey, of course, succeeding the longtime host Bob Barker. Footage from Barker's first episode back in 72 shows him calling on members of the audience to join him on stage. This Lion's Share game was a recently introduced game, a guessing game where contestants can earn up to 5 balls that potentially yield big rewards. Okay, never seen that one, but obviously she picked the right balls. $227,500 cash. Moolah. All right, totally switching gears. I had several stories about massive data centers that are popping up all over the country. In some cases, discussions, water consumption. It takes apparently a lot of water to keep these data centers cool. All the computers, incredible amounts of heat being generated. Of course, the consumption of electric, in some cases, sucking the power grid dry And that would be the case here in the state of Utah, which is hard. This is hard to wrap your mind around. A proposed what they call hyperscale data center in Box Elder County, Utah, will create an enormous heat island that could devastate the area's ecology, according to experts' analysis. Dubbed the Stratos Project, backed by the celebrity venture capitalist Kevin O'Leary, this sprawling facility will devour up to 9 gigawatts of energy. According to the developers, that is more than double the electricity used by the entire state of Utah. Can you imagine? That epic energy bill comes with another cost, albeit the kind that will not show up on the developer's books. On top of the 9 gigawatts of power, the facility will produce another 7 to 8 gigawatts of energy in the form of waste heat, according to a physics professor at the Utah State University who shared his calculations with the Salt Lake Tribune. That brings the entire what they call thermal load to a jaw-dropping 16 gigawatts. Exacerbating the issue, the Stratos project is anticipated to use on-site gas power generators that run round the clock, allowing the facility to operate off the local power grid, a common modus operandi for large-scale data centers that need a way to quickly secure huge amounts of electricity. Problem, however, is this concentrates all the waste heat into the same area, they say, when it's typically dispersed from the power plant itself to the various homes and businesses that they send power to, distributed all over the state. That area, in the case of this Stratos project, is the Hansel Valley, which already acts as a bowl for trapping air. The magnitude of the disruption is difficult to comprehend. In a jaw-dropping illustration, Davies calculated the project would be the equivalent of about 23 atom bombs worth of energy dumped into this local environment every single day. What happens if you deposit that much energy continuously into a topography like this? Yeah, right at the north end of the Great Salt Lake, a watershed that's in collapse, a high desert environment, a valley. Now, if nuclear bombs are hard to wrap your head around, try Walmart supercenters. In acreage, the Stratos facility will be equal to about 2,000 of those big box stores, Walmart supercenters. The energy footprint will be equivalent to 40,000 Walmart supercenters, or 2,000 Walmarts stacked 20 deep. The environmental consequences would be downright apocalyptic, calculating it would spike local temperatures by 5 degrees during the day and 28 degrees at night. That's the difference between Utah's semi-arid climate and the Sahara Desert. According to an ecology professor at Brigham Young University who reviewed Davies' work, speaking to the Salt Lake Tribune, this would absolutely change the landscape, he says. The valley, he predicts, would become yet another desiccated landscape that adds to the area's dust problem as the shrinking of the Great Salt Lake exposes more lake bed. The preliminary analysis adds to a mounting body of research on data centers and their thermal impact. Another study exploring the heat island effect, as they call it, suggesting they could spike land temperatures by up to 16 degrees for miles around them. On top of straining the local ecology, this may already be rebounding on the facilities themselves. Just last week, Amazon Web Services said that they had to temporarily shut down a data center in Northern Virginia because of overheating. This is all, I guess, the building, the artificial intelligence. How much computing capability would a facility of that size, the equivalent of 2,000 Walmart supercenters? We'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All right, and meanwhile, it looks like we've got a couple of oil tankers successfully, I guess you'd say, sneaking through the Strait of Hormuz last week. Yeah, and on Sunday, with their trackers switched off to avoid Iranian attacks. According to the shipping data from Kepler this past day, two very large crude carriers, the Agios Fenurios and the Kiara M, carrying 2 million barrels of Iraqi crude each, passing through the strait on Sunday, according to the data. The Agios Fenurios is headed to Vietnam to discharge its cargo at the petrochemical facility there. The tanker failed to transit the strait in at least 2 previous attempts since they loaded their crude on April 17. Eastern Mediterranean Maritime that manages the Agios Fenurios and the Negaisan refinery did not respond to request for comment. Separately, the Kiara M also exited the Gulf on Sunday with the transponder switched off. Not immediately clear where that San Marino-flagged tanker would be discharging their 2 million barrels of crude. That vessel, managed by a Shanghai-based firm owned by an entity registered in the Marshall Islands. Earlier, the VLCC, very large crude carrier, Basra Energy, loaded 2 million barrels from the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company's terminal on May 1st, exited the Strait of Hormuz on the 6th. That was a Panama-flagged vessel. Offloaded its cargo at the oil tanker terminals on May the 8th. So there ain't much getting through, but every now and then a couple of tankers are indeed making it through. Yeah, who we got on board? Would that be Plowboy, I believe?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Got a couple of questions about your Price is Right story.
Yeah.
What, $250,000 she won? What she bring home? About $100,000?
I guess you knock off, 40%, something like that?
Okay, I thought it was a little bit higher, but okay, well, we'll go with that. So that'd be about $150,000. It wasn't dim. Would you bitch about raising, would you about having to pay tax on that then, Steve?
Yes.
I would, because hell, I'd like to keep a little bit more of it, thanks to them damn Democrats. But you know how to calculate inflation? I don't. This would be a red mule question.
Yeah.
72 when it started. How much money would that have been back in 72 to 1? Because just out of curiosity, the way they're touting it on the radio and all this. I understand. Hell, I'm happy for them. I'm glad it was a retired veteran, but they deserve it. But I don't know. But, have you heard anything? I just did get tuned in. Been pretty busy tonight. Heard anything complaining about the DOT enforcement this week?
Not yet. I guess technically, but we kicked it off at the midnight hour.
I was just curious whether like a scrapyard or any of them, because Arkansas, they always love to kick it off a little bit early because, then they can ease back. But then again, I've seen them do it 24 hours later. But I will say this: I've been listening. I always do scanner between Missouri and eastern Kansas. Kansas has been DOT-ing the hell out, and I mean they've been. Oh yeah, I guess they've had some that. They had one or two that I heard did not pass the English proficiency test out of service. And I thought, well, that's good. It means that they got a Democrat governor over there. But I've heard of quite a few truck inspections going on as far as Missouri. And I guess, I don't know why, I guess I got mistracked on my calendar. Damn. But when I dialed up, you were talking about the story about the data centers.
Yes.
Did I miss a part of it? Were you talking about any particular data center where they had literally drained the water system so bad that they lost pressure in the community that it was around?
That is a separate story that I was looking behind me here. That was in Georgia. Yes, it's totally separate.
I couldn't remember what
separate story, but yes, that is. Yeah, they sucked up so much, 30 million gallons of water.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the number in the state, but 30. Wow. Hell, that's a hell of a lot of swimming pools to fill up, Steve. Good grief. Yeah, is this going to be the new rage of the age? We can do this for your data center, but you can't fill up your little kiddie pool. Anyway. Now, I've got to say this. I'm against this strategic oil.
Okay. Hold the thought there. Will you be back after this?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation yesterday, Senator Mark Kelly claimed U.S. munitions are being rapidly depleted due to the war with Iran. He says it could take years to replenish the stockpiles and raises concerns about long-term readiness for future conflicts.
The numbers are, I think it's fair to say, it's shocking.
Kelly also criticized the administration's defense spending plans, and a legal fight is over his comments to service members, arguing officials are trying to suppress dissent. Former New Mexico Congressman Steve Pearce has been confirmed by the Senate as director of the Bureau of Land Management. Republican Party of New Mexico Chair Amy Barella praised that move, citing Pearce's experience in energy, ranching, and land management, as well as his support for responsible public lands policy.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points, the S&P 500 added 13 points, and the Nasdaq rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it. I actually had that story. The other data center story Pablo was mentioning there, that's in an upscale neighborhood in a Georgia subdivision where they say residents suspected something was wrong when their water pressure started dropping unexpectedly last year. The investigation that their complaints prompted revealed the startling truth about a gigantic data center built near their homes. According to the report from Politico, that massive data center campus near Atlanta consumed nearly 30 million gallons of water without initially paying for it. A discovery that has intensified local opposition to the growing industry and, of course, dealing with severe drought conditions across the state. Situation came to light after homeowners in Annalise Park, an affluent neighborhood in Fayetteville, Georgia, began experiencing unusually weak water pressure. When county utility officials investigated the complaints, they discovered 2 industrial-scale water connections serving a data center campus about 20 miles south of downtown Atlanta. One connection had been installed without the utility's knowledge, while the other was not tied to the company's billing account. The facility's developer, Quality Technology Services, had used almost 30 million gallons of unaccounted-for water. That's equivalent to 44 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That volume substantially exceeded the peak usage limit established during the data center's approval process. The Fayette County Water System detailed the charges in a May 15, 25 letter to QTS demanding $147,000+ in retroactive payments. Now, the exact duration of the unbilled consumption remains disputed. The director of the Fayette County Water Service estimated the period at approximately 4 months. QTS spokesperson offered a significantly longer time frame of anywhere from 9 to 15 months. The company has since paid all the retroactive charges, attributing the unmetered usage to the county's transition to what they call smart meter technology. Characterized the problem as a procedural error, compounded by the county's limited experience with large commercial customers. I mean, Fayette County is a suburb. It's mostly residential. We don't have much commercial meters in our system anyway. So we didn't realize our connection point wasn't working. She noted that her department is severely understaffed with a single employee handling inspections and plan reviews. But it gained public attention only recently after one county resident obtained that 2025 letter through a public records request, sharing it on social media. This guy, James Clifton, an attorney and property rights advocate running for the Fayette County Board of Commissioners right now, said frustration with data centers has already been mounting before this water issue surfaced. Yeah, we get this notification from Fayette County Water System saying you need to stop watering your lawns to help conserve water. So the first thing they do is lean on the individuals and the citizens to stop water consumption when we've got this QTS that's just absolutely draining us. Most months, it's the number one consumer of water in the country, he said. The Fayetteville campus ranks among the largest data center developments in the country, spanning 615 acres, with eventual plans for up to 16 buildings. Currently partially operational, the facility promises substantial tax revenue for the county. Nevertheless, the enormous resource demands fueling growing resistance to additional data center projects. Last month, the Fayetteville City Council approved a ban on new data centers across all zoning districts. Georgia right now hosts more than 200 data center facilities. Their water consumption has become increasingly contentious As the state grapples with widespread doubt, Governor Kemp declared a state of emergency last month following one of Georgia's most severe wildfire outbreaks in recent years. QTS, which is owned by the private equity firm Blackstone, rejecting accusations of excessive water use, emphasizing that their facilities employ a closed-loop cooling system that does not consume water for temperature regulation. It attributed last year's elevated consumption to temporary construction activity, concrete work, dust suppression, site preparation. Once fully operational, QTS says the data centers will require water only for domestic purposes, restrooms, kitchens, roughly equivalent to 4 typical American households monthly. Full completion of the campus is still anywhere from 3 to 5 years away. But that's 30 million gallons. That's a lot of water consumed. Hello to the Missouri Dragon.
Morning, Steve. I been doing them turnaround loads I talked about last time I called in, and there's certain things I live by in my life. There's some rules, and one of them is things change. And yesterday, my load fell through, so I found myself out here this morning going somewhere different. And I had to lay out last night, but I woke up to Eagle there this morning talking about these 72-hour road checks, and I've been out here 40 years, and knock on wood, and today might be the day, or the next couple of days might be the day. I've never experienced one of them. Been pretty lucky over all my trucking. Like I said before, though, not allergic to. I just kind of route myself where I don't go where a lot of DOT law enforcement is. And like this morning, I'm waking up here at Jaspers here at Kingdom City, Missouri, and I'm headed up to Iowa. And I'll run 2-lane all the way up through there. And it's just kind of the way I can get up there. I can make a fork in the road. I can either go up I can't remember what that road is. You go through Mount Pleasant, Iowa, and there's a scale there, or you can cut up 61. There won't be no scale on 61. But all of us always run the chance of a roadside. But that being said, I keep my equipment up good. It gets checked over every weekend by somebody else. I heard one of these guys on YouTube has, their drivers have their little things they talk about. My wife says to me on the weekends, says, you drive one all week. I don't know why you want to sit and listen to or watch that stuff all the time, but it kind of I've always been that way. It kind of passes the time, even before. That's why I became such a fan of where you used to work. During the day, I'd listen to Old Cunningham, a very smart man. He said a few years before he retired or whatever, he said that he predicted everything that's going on. That all these people are getting on government subsidies or welfare, etc. And it'll come to a point where people either work for the government or they're drawing money from the government, and they will outnumber us people working. And it seems to me that we got to that turning point, and they can. He said that by that being, they could use the ballot box to vote themselves raises.
Yep.
More benefits and this, that, and the other. And I don't even know if he's still alive, but very smart man, I thought at the time. Also, your father up there, I was talking about in the 80s when I don't even remember what we did it for, but you made me think of it there this morning when you was talking about I-70. We convoyed across 70, and your dad was the cheerleader there on the radio, and I got a little critical of him because all of a sudden he fell out. He wasn't such a big cheerleader there. And then I heard him share about the new RICO Act, and I thought, I think the government got to him, and that's part of the reason he shut it down. You can't hardly blame him if that is what happened, but I never give up on listening to you guys. And then you stepped in them shoes, and
if memory serves, that was the issue. I mean, the heat started coming down from like the governor's office there in Indiana, And I think everything, he had to kind of turn everything over to OOIDA at the time. They had to kind of step in.
Was that whenever he started his relationship with OOIDA?
That I'm not certain.
Around that?
That very well could be the case. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, on the I don't know if I'm changing the subject here a little bit, but I heard Eagle talking bad about this, or not talking bad, but we're talking about he's against the blitz and all that. We can do things to keep ourselves out of it, like I was talking there. But that guy on that other podcast, he was talking about how he likes to put a different set of eyes on his truck. That feller there, he's a lease guy, a lease owner operator with one of the big companies, and he was talking about said, hey, and if you're not comfortable and you're really, really worried about this blitz thing, pull into one of the big places, big truck stops, and get your quarterly inspection or whatever,
Right.
And if you don't have somebody looking at your truck every once in a while, and one of his other suggestions was, if you're around your buddies, get one of them to look your truck over. You look their truck over, see if you find something. Because at the end of the day, you're the captain of the ship. I just got out here while you was talking to Plowboy and done me a 10-minute walk around. Bumped my tires, checked my straps, and whatnot. And that was another thing. I knew this was going to be about securement, ELDs, and then there was something else. I can't remember what. I remember them two because I'm a little deficient on the ELD. I'll tell you, I'm running Blue Bit, and I'm doing paper on my inspection, and I'm using the grid, but I don't know how to do none of that other stuff. I've been using the grid, and I think and this is just how we get to be, I guess, sometimes. I kind of believe that is good enough, but I don't know what the book says. So this week, if I get stopped about the ELD, I might get some education the hard way. But I am at least doing the grid, and well, like what I was saying, I don't get looked at much, and my truck's decent, looks nice, I keep it clean. You'll roll on through most of the time. I don't. Well, like I say, I got free pass. That lowers the chance of me getting pulled in too. Got a good score. But the problem with that is I brokered a load off some people the other day. I think it was professional PGT, and they got this thing, these systems you got to fill out, and my wife just goes crazy when she has to fill one out. But it's called highways, and I didn't have enough data in over there on that side of it to trip their thing, and I had to call in, and they wanted me to fax them a copy of my annual inspection because there wasn't enough data on my CSA where I hadn't had an inspection in like 3 or 4 years. And so we faxed that in, and everything was made kosher. But I hauled a real cheap load, but from the area I was in, I guess it wasn't real bad. But anyway, that's how that went down. But I find that don't buy trouble until you get it. Don't be a fool, but don't buy trouble before you get it. And of course, I'm a big believer in that same little boy Rambo is. And but I don't know. On the owner operator side, like I told you guys, I'm running 4 trucks. My partner, he's got 3 or 4. Basically, I just do my truck, and then he runs the rest of them. We're not burning the world down. Like I said, we might be working a little cheaper than we might ought to. It's working good. We got the kind of people we've got. An old man that retired. We just kind of let him. I got a truck that's paid for. Just let him work when he wants to. He's the type of guy that you can say, "Hey, go over here and do this," and you don't never hear from him. Next thing you'll have a bill of lading signed and the job's done. And then we've got some other guys. They're a little younger, ain't been in it that long, but you got to, what I call, hold their hand every day. They'll call my partner. They'll call him 10, 15 times a day. Just to, just run-of-the-mill stuff, stuff that an experienced guy ought to know, but they ain't there yet,
I got you, yeah.
But
so I was talking earlier about that, the new system with the FMCSA, this MODIS thing. Are you guys all, since you're running 4 trucks, obviously you got your DOT number and all that. Are you all set up for the new system?
I've been driving my wife crazy about that because you've been talking about it. Other folks have been talking about it, and I've been driving her crazy about that. I've asked her 10 times, and she keeps telling me she's set up. She's
okay.
My wife has a couple of college degrees. She's a lot smarter than me, book smart. That's something else I was going to touch on here a little bit. And since you went to college, our political climate in our house, I have to keep the peace, I guess you might say. I keep my mouth shut a lot, and because one of our sons made a lifestyle choice that I really don't understand, but he's my kid. I love him. What are you going to do? I keep my mouth shut about a lot of things. I don't think I'm crazy conservative, but I believe the way I believe. And they've come around to this way of thinking, the ways of thinking. And I think a lot of these people nowadays that adapt, a lot of them more liberal views. I think a lot of it is driven by these colleges. And my wife, she went back to college after the boys got grown. She has a business administration degree. She has a literature degree, a couple minors and other things. And I'm not saying she was brainwashed, but I think that things. I just want to say things really changed in that aspect whenever she went to college. And I'm not saying anything against getting educated or this or that or the other, but I think most of what we're going through has been caused by the breakup, and it's a broken windows effect. Like we've been watching a lot of this of an old. It's been off the air for a while. We've been watching Blue Bloods a lot on TV, binging it, and a lot of stuff they talk about. It's like the broken windows effect. What I'm fixing to say, that where like with what they talk about it with police work. You start with the small crimes, and then you work them crimes, and it deters bigger crimes. I think the way people are nowadays, and I never realized this growing up. I guess a little older, a little wiser. Mostly I am is older, But by thinking about that, I look at my own life. And the way that I have changed as I've got older, and I've known people that would have, like in the political climate, have went from being Democrats in the 70s and the 80s, and then as they got older, they switched, they flopped. But I think a lot of what we're going through is like from the breakup of the families through the 50s and 60s. Like me and my wife, we both come from broken homes. I think we're probably the exception to the rule. A lot of it's got to do with my faith and her and the way we believe, but it's put a real strain on us. Her lean towards liberalism. But I think everything that's going on in the world boils down to discipline, because we weren't disciplined as children, and we were left to our own devices, and then people formed their own values. Mom and Dad wasn't so much in the picture, and I think I'm to blame myself by being gone all the time, and my wife having to raise my children by herself. And I think that these people nowadays are like I said, petulant children, and they have no discipline in their life. And I've noticed this in the last few years about the people I deal with. Military people are some of the honest. They keep their word. The best people that I deal with, and I'll get the feeling, when I'm dealing with people, hey, this guy's military, or I'll watch the way they do things, or I'll see things. I went in the military, washed out during basic training because of an injury, and some problems with my sight. I've always had a problem with my sight, as I've shared on here. I'm blind in one of my eyes, and I have to get a waiver every time I go to take a physical. But I think everything going on in this world today it boils down to discipline. And like with Trump, like I said, I'm not a Trumpster. I believe in most everything he's doing. I believe I'm weathering this storm with the fuel. We're still making a living, and I think everything happens for a reason. I think if you do the right things happen. And everything that he's doing is with like Iran. It's down the road, and they've already showed us. And I don't understand why people. I don't know if the word is stupid or so dense or what the word is. I do believe in September of 2001, these people attacked us. And there's people here that got no more sense than to vote them people into leading us.
Yeah.
And I use the argument with my wife all the time. How can you be against stopping drugs from coming into our country by whatever means is possible? How could you be against stopping nuclear war or arms from people that are bloodthirsty that want to kill us? I mean, there's so many things that is good for our country, and there's things that they're not even smart enough to see are destroying our country. That it's an issue on both sides of the aisle. I hate to say this, and I probably shouldn't let it pass my lips, but I have let it pass my lips. We'd be all right. We'd be almost better off if somebody came here and attacked these people and gave us a good dose of reality. Because after 2001, this country was united. Yep. We were all on the same page about stopping this mess. You know,
and way too many have forgotten that. We got back to the status quo.
Yeah. No, I hate to carry the water, but I mean, it's just fact. It's fact, and I think that it got on the tracks a long time ago, and the train's going to roll us over if we're not careful. I mean, because we done this to ourselves way back yonder. When we took the Ten Commandments out of the schools, or we took Ten Commandments out of the courtrooms, we took the prayer out of the schools. Nobody says you've got to pray to Jesus or Christianity. You can take your minute or two and get down on your rug or whatever you do and do whatever you do to show. But nobody has. Everybody. It's about ego. We edge God out. We don't have no time for Him in our lives. And there's nobody bigger than us. It's like, give us the power and let us make the rules and let us. But everybody, it's like me saying, "Oh, I don't work for nobody." That's bull. Everybody works for somebody, and everybody has to answer, in my opinion, to a higher power whenever the breath expires from us. I don't know, and we all have doubts. Everybody. Billy Graham. Billy Graham had doubts. I don't care.
Right. And we got to pause there because I'm up to the news break, top of the hour. Service of Industrial Injection. The quality you depend on, the knowledge you trust. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. 5000.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation yesterday, Senator Mark Kelly claimed the Pentagon briefings are suggesting U.S. munitions are being rapidly depleted due to the war with Iran. He says it could take years to replenish the stockpiles and raises concerns about long-term readiness for future conflicts.
The numbers are, I think it's fair to say, it's shocking.
Kelly also criticized the administration's defense spending plans, and a legal fight is over his comments to service members, arguing officials are trying to suppress dissent. Former New Mexico Congressman Steve Pearce has been confirmed by the Senate as director of the Bureau of Land Management. Republican Party of New Mexico Chair Amy Barella praised that move, citing Pearce's experience in energy, ranching, and land management, as well as his support for responsible public lands policy. More than a dozen passengers are under monitoring after a hantavirus concern. They are in Nebraska and Atlanta. Officials say the virus is low risk and does not spread easily, but that still doesn't ease the nerves of these folks.
I just feel like it's very ignorant for the government to come and just put us in a position where everybody else is exposed to this. They know everything that we've been through. So, yeah, I do feel like it's very ignorant to let them off the boat.
I think if they have full control of it and they're quarantining these people, then I think I'm okay with it.
The World Health Organization says this is not another COVID. Health and Human Services urges no panic as questions rise over the release. Beef prices remain high as U.S. cattle herd hits a 75-year low.
Beef prices remain elevated as the U.S. cattle herd falls to its smallest size in decades, driven by drought, higher feed costs, and long-term industry pressures. Economists say recovery will take years due to slow herd rebuilding cycles. Major processors like Tyson Foods, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef dominate the market, while data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture shows demand for beef has stayed strong despite rising prices. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Arcadia, California Mayor Eileen Wang has been federally charged with acting as an unregistered agent of China, accused of promoting propaganda tied to the Chinese government. That's according to the Justice Department. She is expected to plead guilty as the case moves through the federal court. Republicans in Alabama are trying to fast-track a new redistricting map in time for the 2026 midterm elections.
The state filed an emergency petition with the U.S. Supreme Court Friday to allow it to set up special primaries using the new map. Alabama is one of a handful of GOP-controlled states attempting to redraw maps after the Supreme Court struck down Louisiana's layout, calling it an unconstitutional gerrymander, which relied too much on race. John Summers, USA Radio News.
President Trump is considering suspending the federal gas tax as drivers face higher prices during the war with Iran.
I'm going to reduce until the
Let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock.
The national average is $4.52 a gallon, which is up 7 cents from last week. The 18 cents federal gas tax suspension would require congressional approval.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points. The S&P 500 added 13 points, and the Nasdaq rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
What do you say as we get that final hour underway here on a Tuesday? Can we officially say the worst of the trucking recession is over? More and more signs pointing that way. From Landline this past day, thousands of trucking jobs were added to the economy in April, building on sustained growth on the spot market. Is the freight recession finally in the rearview mirror? I guess there's a question mark there. For 4 years, as we know, battling overcapacity, low demand, rates on a downward spiral, capacity peaked in October of 22 with about 1,588,000 plus trucking jobs in the books. Since which time the industry's been shedding excess capacity. There have been fewer trucking jobs in every month, but a handful since February of 23. February of this year, 1,465,100 truck driving jobs, fewest since September of 2020. After the pandemic wiped out nearly 85,000 jobs in a single month. While recent federal government policies, including the English proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs, contributed to some of those losses, good old-fashioned market forces drove out most of them. About 55,000 trucking jobs eliminated in 23, much of that with the folding of Yellow Corporation. That was followed by 41,000 job losses in 24, nearly 28,000 last year. Spot rates have been reflecting tightening capacity. According to DAT Freight and Analytics, spot rates have been rising consistently for about 6 months now. Meanwhile, carriers have begun adding capacity after years of reducing the number of drivers. According to the latest government employment report, more than 4,000 trucking jobs were added in April, marking just the sixth increase in nearly 40 months and the largest since September of 23. That's when 6,000 jobs were added. Vice President of Market Intelligence at Arrive Logistics tells Landline that the surge in trucking jobs indicates growing confidence across the industry. As peak season approaches, even stronger rates could encourage more hiring. Carriers that strategically add capacity now will be well positioned to capitalize on what could become the strongest rate environment that we have seen since the pandemic era surge, as shippers begin reevaluating contract allocations. Those prepared to scale efficiently will have a meaningful opportunity to strengthen customer relationships and capture additional market share. Right now, skyrocketing diesel prices could undermine any gains from the spot market. The March FTR Transportation Intelligence Trucking Conditions Index was 1.11. The first time, it's minus 1.11. The first time it dipped into the negatives in 7 months. They noted despite the huge hit from fuel cost, the slightly negative reading highlights the strength of freight-related factors, especially rates. Avery Weiss, FTR's vice president of trucking, was more cautiously optimistic about an upcycle. Carriers of all stripes are in store for a strong year from a rates perspective, but for much of the market, the recovery is driven by the combination of very tight capacity and disruptions. We're still skeptical that van freight will benefit much from volume growth, but the open deck sector is benefiting not only from tight capacity, but from an ongoing surge in data center construction and a modest improvement in manufacturing output. Across all industries, about 115,000 jobs were created in April. That was nearly double the projected 65,000 jobs. Unemployment rate remained unchanged at 4.3%. Not seasonally adjusted, the transportation sector unemployment rate sits at 3.9%. A bit of positive maybe in the offing. If we could just get those fuel costs, if we could wrap this thing in Iran up one way or another, either finish it off or end it. Some form or fashion. Let me get back and finish up with the Missouri Dragon here.
Hey, Steve, let me comment on that real quick. Like I said, I've been in this thing 40 years, and I'll tell you what I think's going on right now. We haul forestry products. We haul out of sawmills around home there. And everybody says, oh, the economy's great, the economy's great. I live in a little town about 5,000 or 6,000 people. They're at Salem, Missouri. And we have two industries pretty much that drive our economy around there. Well, three. We have a U.S. Foods warehouse. Several people work there. We have our lead mines, which they're kind of in decline because of lead prices. When we have our lumber market. Our lumber market has been flooded, and they've done it in a systematic fashion. They first flooded, first what happened was the laminate flooring put the hurt on the hardwood flooring. Of course, house buildings down. Nobody's putting the hardwood floors in the house like they were during the booms. So several mills around home there. Everybody's pretty much on quota for everything. We have and inside our forestry industry there at home, we have a charcoal plant. They usually have jobs there, but you want to talk about some of the nastiest, filthy jobs that you'd ever want to do. But if I was hungry, I would put my tail in there and make me $1. But our lead industry, lead is a very dangerous thing that I think has been taken too lightly around home there, and a lot of people have been what they call leaded. They have lead they get lead in their blood system. The guys are constantly tested for it, and they've not been able to keep theirs. From what I understand down there, I used to haul lead concentrate. Talking to everybody I know, it's not the greatest shape in the world either because they've not been able to spend the money on their equipment. I hear all the time, the economy is great, the economy's great. Well, maybe it is up on Wall Street, but bring your ass down here on Main Street and have you look around. Take a walk around because a lot of what's going on right now with our industry And I'm thinking from my small example of running Missouri, Arkansas, Kansas, and Iowa. That's what I've been running the last several months. I'm not seeing these foreign fellers in these trucks like they was. There a lot of them are going away, and I think that's helping the capacity, as they say. I'm just kind of putting this in layman terms. The old boy that's out here holding the steering wheel. But here's the problem with all this. I make money, and it's not really a problem for me, but I make money when things are like they are, just to be honest with you, because I've been around it long enough. I can negotiate, and right now I can push my rates up high enough to go ahead and compensate for the fuel. And I was on here complaining a while back, and I haven't done anything about this truck yet. But I'm getting set. I've adjusted the way I'm driving. I'm driving 65 mile an hour, and slower on the 2 lanes. And like I said, I run a lot of 2 lanes, and I'm weathering this. I mean, I'm not burning the world down, but it happened at a good time also, because this is our time of the year to shine. Things are really going good. But what happens to people is, though, whatever segment of the sun industry you get into, I pulled a reefer for 22 years. You've got to find you a niche. And my niche is, right now, this time of year especially, nobody wants to haul what we call greasy cross ties. It's a long ways down in there. Nobody wants to deadhead from the major metroplex or cities to come down there and haul our product. And I'm down there. It's a nasty thing. I've got a 2023 trailer that I pull that is it's work from home with the creosote that drips out of these ties. You get it on your clothes. You get it on the smell of it on you. I mean, it's just nobody wants to do it. So you find you a niche. I found that niche because that's what's in my area to haul. I flatbedded when I first started trucking. When I got back in, got my own authority, I was there living amongst it, so I got back into it. But find you a niche. When I pulled a reefer, I hauled for a major food producer, but I didn't take the straight loads. I took the loads that had the most stops on them. I took the loads that had the accessory charges. I was willing to make some adjustments to the way that I trucked. And if you're not willing to do that, you want to do the one-and-ones and you want to run with the herd and all that kind of stuff, you're going to have a hard time right now. It's going to be tough, but I don't know. This world is constantly changing, and if we don't change with it, it'll eat us up. And I don't do change good. I kick and scream more than anybody. But go ahead.
Oh, I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing.
Well, I got that country boy mentality. My wife says sometimes they should put subtitles below when I talk. But that's just the gist of it all. But I love this industry. This industry's consumed my life. I was given a choice in 95. I got popped on a drug test in 95. I worked for a flatbed carrier there just outside of Nashville. They went out of business now. They had blue Volvo trucks. And the people that were the head of that company had been former Ligon people. Mm-hmm. Ligon and Mercer and them kind of people, and they were good-hearted Christian men. And what might have helped me a little bit, they were raised in the same town my daddy was, up on the Kentucky-Tennessee line. And they gave me a choice. And I had already consumed my love of my family because of my addictions and our early marriage. I don't know why my wife stuck around. I love her so much now because of things that have happened in our lives, and she stuck with it and put up with it. But they gave me a choice in 1995. I peed dirty, was doing amphetamines and smoking marijuana, and of course I was kicking against the drug testing because I was doing it. And that's a lot of where people's attitudes are nowadays. We kick against these things because we want our cake and we want to eat it too. Well, they pulled the cake off the table for me. They told me either you quit doing what you're doing, or we're going to take your livelihood from you. We're going to take something that you love from you.
Yeah.
And when I hear these people talk about, when they're out here, I made this comment, somebody kind of throwed something a little bit I thought was a little bit negative comment back towards it, but that's fine. if you're just out here for the money and you're not vested in this industry, this trade, I just almost hate that you're here. Because I'm guilty of being apathetic. I'm guilty of being against the things that are really good for me most of the time that turns out to work and all that. But most of it is out of concern because I seen how good this thing operated the way it was. You know, it's like this broker deal. I got in on the last couple of years of trip leasing. Trip leasing, you had to go to an agent's office a lot of times, sit there, and before faxing and all that, that was the only way to do this. Up at, what is it up there on the turnpike? T4 or 5 right there on the southeast side of Toledo. I ain't been up there in years. And down there, they both were called Stony Ridge. Down there between, down there by Middletown, there was hotels, and these agents would set up in these hotels. And if you needed to, if your company didn't have something, you could call around. Most of the time you called around back then and find another company that had something. And you had to physically go there and show them your driver's license, give them all your paperwork, and physically do the deal to haul somebody else's freight. And I know that's not as big as it's got and all that. You know, I talk about all the time, like Love's Truck Stops. I can remember when they were only in Oklahoma, and it was a darn decent place to stop. It was small. It was a small business, but we've gotten so large that things had to change, and I understand that. But you didn't hear about as much of this stuff. Of course, the mafia was doing a lot of it back then, stealing the freight and all that. But you physically laid your eyes on the guy that was going to haul your freight. And he wasn't coming in there wearing flip-flops and basketball shorts and you know, not looking professional. I mean,
and that's where all the fraud has come in, because everything's being done on the internet. Everything's done digitally. And I mean, I could sit behind a computer and act like I'm you, and I could go in there and pick up a load, and they think it's you, and they're none the wiser. I'm off. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, good to hear from you. The Missouri Dragon.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with Honor off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Cue the microphone. Hey, what's going on, pup?
Oh, not too much. How are you tonight, Steve?
Back from paradise there, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Some pretty country out there.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. I kind of got to agree and then also disagree with the Missouri Dragon. This used to be fun. It used to be a lifestyle. I've been out here for 37 years. But nowadays with the ELDs, the GPS, the cameras, the tracking and everything, it's just a job with a paycheck now. But out of all those years, I've only ever been pulled in during the Blitz one time. I didn't have any problem. And the scales on 75 there in Georgetown and Walton, Kentucky, they're closed tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So there was something else. Oh, yeah. You've got an Android phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday I woke up and I was locked out of my email address, and they wanted my password, but every time I go to put in my password, it sends me into this other thing wanting to make sure I'm not a robot, this and something else, and then it says to type in a secondary email address, and I try that, and it says that it wasn't good enough, and I can't get past that stage. And if you read that, I already had to download something for text messages because they're getting rid of SMS.
Yeah.
On these phones, and I didn't know if you was having any of that trouble.
I don't even have email on my smartphone.
Oh. Okay.
So I don't have Facebook on it either.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't do Facebook or nothing like that. But I don't know. I can't get past that one step. So I didn't know if anybody else is having that trouble or not.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I mean, it's a nice night to drive. The moon's finally up and stuff. So I'll be listening. So have a good show.
All right, pup. Appreciate you checking in here. I'm not Android email issues. I did a quick search, including syncing errors, sending failures, or app crashes. It says typically resolved by checking internet connectivity, updating the app, or restarting the device. Let's see. Restarting fixes temporary bugs, restores connectivity. Ensure your Wi-Fi/data is active. Visit the Play Store to ensure the Gmail/Outlook app is updated, maybe. So a couple of things you could try there. If your emails are not syncing or receiving, manually refresh by pulling down on the inbox. Check for disabled auto-sync or verify account storage limits. Let's see. You can't send or receive on your Samsung phone. Go to Settings, Accounts, and Backup. Manage Accounts. Remove content or remove account and add it in again. So it's kind of like when people have issues with the Overnight Drive app. Sometimes they'd have to just delete the app, reinstall it, and voila, it was working again. All right, so we're doing some contact tracing, here and in other countries as well. If you haven't seen some of the video, the flight landing with the 14 Americans that were aboard the Hantavirus ship, they're all now in Nebraska in the quarantine facility there. We'll give you updates that and elsewhere. Coming up, first news, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation yesterday, Senator Mark Kelly claimed the Pentagon briefings are suggesting U.S. munitions are being rapidly depleted due to the war with Iran. He says it could take years to replenish the stockpiles and raises concerns about long-term readiness for future conflicts.
The numbers are, I think it's fair to say, it's shocking.
Kelly also criticized the administration's defense spending plans, and a legal fight is over his comments to service members, arguing officials are trying to suppress dissent. Former New Mexico Congressman Steve Pearce has been confirmed by the Senate as director of the Bureau of Land Management. Republican Party of New Mexico Chair Amy Barella praised that move, citing Pearce's experience in energy, ranching, and land management, as well as his support for responsible public lands policy. More than a dozen passengers are under monitoring after a hantavirus concern. They are in Nebraska and Atlanta. Officials say the virus is low risk and does not spread easily, but that still doesn't ease the nerves of these folks.
I just feel like it's very ignorant for the government to come and just put us in a position where everybody else is exposed to this. They know everything that we've been through. So, yeah, I do feel like it's very ignorant to let them off the boat.
I think if they have full control of it and they're quarantining these people, then I think I'm okay with it.
The World Health Organization says this is not another COVID. Health and Human Services urges no panic as questions rise over the release. Beef prices remain high as U.S. cattle herd hits a 75-year low.
Beef prices remain elevated as the U.S. cattle herd falls to its smallest size in decades, driven by drought, higher feed costs, and long-term industry pressures. Economists say recovery will take years due to slow herd rebuilding cycles. Major processors like Tyson Foods, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef dominate the market, while data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture shows demand for beef has stayed strong despite rising prices. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Arcadia, California Mayor Eileen Wang has been federally charged with acting as an unregistered agent of China, accused of promoting propaganda tied to the Chinese government. That's according to the Justice Department. She is expected to plead guilty as the case moves through the federal court. Republicans in Alabama are trying to fast-track a new redistricting map in time for the 2026 midterm elections.
The state filed an emergency petition with the U.S. Supreme Court Friday to allow it to set up special primaries using the new map. Alabama is one of a handful of GOP-controlled states attempting to redraw maps after the Supreme Court struck down Louisiana's layout, calling it an unconstitutional gerrymander which relied too much on race. John Summers, USA Radio News.
President Trump is considering suspending the federal gas tax as drivers face higher prices during the war with Iran.
Yeah, I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock.
The national average is $4.52 a gallon, which is up 7 cents from last week. The 18-cent federal gas tax suspension would require congressional approval.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 95 points, the S&P 500 added 13 points, and the Nasdaq rose 27 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, there you go. Hello, Rick in Columbus. Rounding third, headed for home, as he likes to say. I did get a message. Drummer Girl actually said she received her letter from the FMCSA yesterday. Nothing like waiting till the last minute, right? I mean, so this whole thing, you got to get it done by the 14th. This whole FMCSA and the MODIS thing. So got the letter yet. She said, I'll be working on it today. Right now, gas ranging $4.55 to $4.67. Diesel's around $5.85. Right there in Pennsylvania. Well, hello, 5-7. Copy the mail. Go Navy. Good morning. Hey, there's the beach bum getting his day started. Morning, Steve. Just got up making the coffee, listening to the show. Have a fantastic week going. I'm going to get some rain. Down here in parts of Florida today. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It looks like northern Florida got a better chance of rain than most of the state. See a lot of that rain falling from southern Mississippi, southern Alabama. As Brother Rambler said earlier, it's a rainy night down there in southern Alabama. Meanwhile, the American passengers from the cruise ship at the center of the hantavirus outbreak, including at least one who has tested positive, arrived in Nebraska Monday at a specialized quarantine unit. They will eventually continue on to their homes and then weeks of monitoring for symptoms of infection. Of course, these folks aboard the MV Hondius cruise ship. Since April 11, 3 from the ship have died, a handful of others sick. The plane, though, landed at Epley Airfield in Omaha a little before 2:30 a.m. local time yesterday morning. 17 U.S. citizens and one British national who lives in the U.S. on that flight, according to the Spanish Health Ministry. Now, here's what we know about the passengers' journey back to the U.S. and what happens moving forward. One of them testing positive, mildly positive for the virus, and another has mild symptoms. Both traveled in biocontainment units on the plane. They said out of an abundance of caution. The passenger who tested positive does not have symptoms, but was taken directly to the biocontainment unit at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. Other passengers going to the center's national quarantine unit for assessment and monitoring. Now, the Spanish ministry said the positive test came after an official from the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control boarded the ship to evaluate passengers. A diagnostic test was carried out, sent to 2 laboratories. In one of them, the result was considered by the U.S. authorities to be a weak positive, although for us, they say it was not conclusive. The second test result was negative. The passenger did not show symptoms while in Cape Verde. Even so, U.S. authorities chose to treat the case as a positive out of caution, they say. Then the American reported to have symptoms without testing positive, developed a mild cough on May the 6th, which kind of resolved after that day. Staff from the CDC have been monitoring the passengers since they disembarked. CNN reaching out to HHS for more information. The Omaha facility, the only federally funded quarantine unit in the United States, designed specifically to safely house and monitor people who may have been exposed to high-consequence infectious diseases, as they call them. There are 20 single-person, 300-square-foot rooms fitted with negative air pressure to contain any possible viruses. Doctors there describe them like hotel rooms designed with in-suite bathrooms, exercise equipment, food delivery, Wi-Fi for patients staying for long periods. CDC said earlier the agency was not considering this a quarantine for the cruise ship passengers, but rather a brief visit to monitor their health. Once at the facility, they've been checked for symptoms that would signal the early stages of hantavirus: fever, muscle aches, diarrhea. The biocontainment unit, which is where the positive patient and anyone else who may fall ill will be taken, is a specialized unit that previously treated patients during the Ebola outbreak in 2014 and some of the very first COVID-19 patients. Those were people that got off the Diamond Princess cruise ship back in 2020. The airlift continues to take remaining passengers, including the person showing mild symptoms who hasn't tested positive, to more than one of a dozen regional emerging special pathogen treatment centers. Those are regional hubs focused on special pathogen readiness. They work closely with the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response. The passengers also will be given the option to go home after their assessment in Omaha if safety protocols allow. Now, the acting director of the CDC said the agency will interview the passengers to determine their risk. They will be deemed low risk if they were not in contact with someone who was symptomatic. They said their advice to the travelers would include an offer to stay in Nebraska if they'd like, or if they want to go back home and their home situation allows it, to safely drive them home without exposing other people on the way, and then be put in the control under the auspices of their state and local public health agencies. Once they get back to their home 20s, they would undergo daily home-based monitoring for the next 42 days. The goal, to monitor the passengers during the virus incubation period, which can last up to 6 weeks. Health officials said that passengers who do not test positive will not be quarantined, but advised to take certain precautions. If it's a high-risk exposure, there will be some modified activities. We would recommend limiting activities outside the home that do not involve interaction with other people. They need to be working with their departments of health with regards to the nature around their activities. They said the CDC is following the safety protocols previously used successfully during a 2018 outbreak of the same hantavirus strain. They then put down the complete timeline of how this all began to unfold. Back on April 1, no less. It was not an April Fool's joke, but that was the date. The Dutch-flagged cruise liner, the MVS Hondius, left Argentina. It was a 35-day Atlantic odyssey. In other words, these people, 150, whatever it was, were going to spend, and did ultimately spend, essentially a month together on a relatively small vessel. April 11, 10 days after departure, the first passenger, which was a 70-year-old Dutch man, passed away. That was the time where his widow accompanied his body from the British overseas territory of St. Helena to Johannesburg. So he died on the 11th. I guess they had his body in kind of like, they do have a morgue scenario on these cruise ships. So the wife got off with, she boards the KLM flight to Amsterdam on the 25th, then is refused permission to fly because of her deteriorating medical condition. April 26, she's taken to the hospital. She passed away. The following day, April 27, a British tourist, a 69-year-old, evacuated from the ship between Helena and Ascension Island, is flown to Johannesburg, where he remains, they say, in intensive care. May the 2nd, a German national dies from the virus on board the stricken vessel. May 3rd, the Hondius arrives in Cape Verde, is refused permission to dock because of the outbreak. May the 6th, 3 people, including 56-year-old tour guide and wildlife photographer Martin Antis, are evacuated and flown to the Netherlands for urgent medical care as the ship set sail for the Canary Islands. May the 7th, a frantic race against time launched to trace 29 passengers from at least 12 different countries who had left the plague-ravaged cruise ship for all corners of the globe, including 7 Brits that are all eventually located. That led to protests erupting in parts of Spain as the ship was preparing to dock, while a 3rd Brit on the remote island of Tristan da Cunha tested positive for the virus. May the 10th, the Hondius docked in Tenerife. Passengers are brought ashore in hazmat suits and hosed down before they boarded those evacuation flights. In the UK, passengers are now in quarantine for 45 days at a specialized hospital there. So UK's handling things a little different than we are here. It doesn't say anything about them folks being able to go home for daily testing. This past day, they do say 2 new positive hantavirus cases. One was a French woman, and, of course, the other, the U.S. that we were talking about here. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show. Or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Who was that? Sneakers said, hey, Steve, check out the Netherlands. And they've got some nurses that are now in quarantine for failing to follow protocol there when it comes to the hantavirus patients that was brought to their hospital. That is a true story there, yes. Let's see, the Radboud University Medical Center. 12 staff members at that hospital are now in a 6-week preventative quarantine following exposure to the hantavirus patient. They failed to follow the strict, updated safety protocols when handling blood and urine samples from that patient that was evacuated from the cruise ship there. They do say patients' care at the hospital is uninterrupted. But the patient was part of the outbreak on the Hondius cruise ship. All right. Follow protocol, right? Well, you say, Dan, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I'm glad you had a good trip up to Pennsylvania, Amish country. So,
yes.
Glad to hear that you had a lot of fun. How was that restaurant that had to seat 700 people?
We did not make it to Shady Maple. All said and done.
Oh.
Yeah, didn't make it.
Well, you had to give a disclaimer to Princess that she's not bringing nothing home. You know what I'm saying from the gift shop.
Yes,
there. But,
yes.
I was listening to Missouri Dragon, and you know he brings a point up, and I brought a couple, many points up, but one of them about living in a household where you're politically divided or your politics aren't aligned. And I've been married 58 years, and it will be June 15th. If my wife and I, and this is an issue that you and I are on the same page, the right to life, if we weren't on the same page on that issue, I'm going one way and she's going the other. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And on many issues, like drugs coming into this country and protecting our country and our freedoms. If we weren't, he said that there was some consternation in his home or an issue over this, and he has to bite his lip. I don't know how you'd live with somebody like that, you know? And I do know people that I know of a case, because I know his son. His parents were married 60 years, and they got a divorce over politics. They couldn't live with each other. And so, I mean, that's just one thing. And he's right. This liberalism's coming off of these college campuses. And they're PO'd, the professors are, because there's going to be several of these colleges closed. People don't need to go to college to get a lot of this information. You can find it out online through AI. You don't need some talking head sit there and tell you something and take notes and then steal it back to them. So then all of a sudden you're an expert. We can get the information online. Mm-hmm. And that's even happening in a lot of the engineering classes. There's formulas and stuff like that I want to know about. Now, I mean, I'm not an engineer, although I have a family member who is. And they can get the information from AI. There's platforms set out there to do this stuff. and it's done automatically. So, and as I say, a lot of these colleges, you know, they had the lock on the information. Well, that's been the lock's been taken off. The information's out there. I don't really need to go to you to get this information.
Right.
What I'm coming to you for is the certificate. And it's the technology. It's like you. If what happened to you with this former employer, had that happened to you 25 years ago, your life would have been changed. It would have been over. You know, what am I going to do? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I got to hook on with another station. Now, you have a very successful podcast. I don't even know where terrestrial radio's at right now. You know, I know you're on some stations. I don't know what they are, you know, but I go to the app, which you do have what's considered a podcast, correct? Is that what this is?
Yeah, on the actually the app, the podcast. It's kind of a podcast, radio show at the same time.
Right. So I don't need to go to. I think you called it one time terrestrial radio. In other words, the AM, which you were on, or go to an FM station. I mean, I really don't know. You know, I mean, I'm one of these people that believes that people fight innovation and they fight, you know, coming up with things. And basically, when we look back, well, who would want to give up their ATM cards? Who would want to give up paying bills online? You know? I mean, these are just a few of the minor things. And my wife was a nurse and she's always a nurse, but at least 58 years. She was a nurse when we got married. But she, you know, the medical advances now in treating people make it so much more amenable. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Patient-friendly compared to the way things used to be. And I think that technology has changed. And like he's talking about, down there where he's at, if he's all creosote, God bless him. And I hope he's got something on to protect himself and that stuff. But his body. But I thought that caused cancer. I'm not sure, that creosote. I didn't even know they still use it. But, no, I mean, times have changed. And I think these people with these liberal views come off these college campuses, and I went to college and graduated years and years ago. But it's not needed as much as it used to be, you know? I think I told you before, I met a young lady at the gym that I go to, and she was telling me that she was going to go into finance, and then she realized that she could get the information from Grok. Or is that what it's called, Grok?
Yeah, that's one of the AI platforms, yep.
Yeah, it's one of the AI platforms. Yeah, so, I mean, and they realized that their business, and thankfully, because of this, people who were shut out from information, you know, like they do in China and Iran, well, and shut out from knowing the truth. Now we can know the truth. My wife had read a book on the Kennedy men. Well, there's some very shocking revelations in that book.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 25 years ago, this family was held up to be, you know,
right,
a premier family.
Right.
Well,
and Dan, I don't want to cut you short, but we're out of time. I got to say farewell here for a Tuesday, but we'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,